Welcome, everyone. Calling to order the March 28th hearing of the Newton School Committee. This is a public hearing. It is being held
under Section 10-2 of the City Charter
in response to a petition signed by 50 or more residents and filed with the City Clerk on January 11, 2023. The petitioners seek the school committee to act on their proposed measure to create an academic principles advisory committee to serve the citizens of Newton regarding the establishment of core principles for NPS. A tenet of our democracy invites this public hearing process as a thoughtful exchange of ideas where all members of our community are welcome and invited to share their thoughts and voice their concerns. In the days preceding this hearing, we received numerous emails from people expressing their thoughts. All of the emails will be archived along with the records for this hearing. Tonight, whether speakers advocate for passage or rejection of the petition, we ask that all speakers are respectful to one another. We ask that everyone be courteous and refrain from interrupting or speaking over others. We further ask that there are no applause, no catcalls, no boos, no disruptive outbursts or speaking without being recognized by this chair. We have over 200 people, I wrote that this morning, it's over 250 people now, who've requested to speak, and any disruptions will only delay and prolong these proceedings. Last week, I requested the presence of the Newton Police Department as an additional layer of security to ensure an orderly process for members of the public and our community. The mayor and interim superintendent Kathy Smith worked with Chief Carmichael to coordinate that service, for which I am thankful. We had initially reserved 3 hours in total for the hearing, which included time for the school committee to deliberate and vote after all speakers had concluded. Out of respect for the large number of speakers, we can extend the meeting for a reasonable amount of time, but no later than 10 p.m. Therefore, we will hear from as many of you as possible between 6:10, when I imagine I'll be finished with my remarks, to approximately 9:30. Once the public remarks are concluded, the school committee will deliberate and fulfill its duty to act on the petition by either passing the proposed measure, rejecting the proposed measure, or voting that there is no action necessary on the proposed measure. Here, it's come to my attention that there was a complaint filed against me regarding a conflict of interest involving one of the many organizations for which I volunteer. None of the organizations, which are the Harmony Foundation, Newton Human Rights Commission, Families Organizing for Racial Justice, the Newton Coalition of Black Residents, and the Newton Theater Company, are petitioners nor otherwise affiliated with the submission of this petition. Thus, as confirmed by the State Ethics Commission, no conflict of interest exists. Turning now to the procedure for providing remote and in-person comments during this hearing, an in-person sign-up sheet is located to the right, your left, at a table. It will be available throughout the hearing and will be checked periodically for additional speakers. I will call the names of speakers twice. If someone is not present, we will note your absence and move on to the next speaker. The order that people are called will be randomized to the best of my ability. I will be calling blocks of 5 persons who are in this room and 3 persons who are remote. Each speaker will be given a maximum of 2 minutes for their remarks. The 2-minute limit will be strictly enforced, and shorter comments will be greatly appreciated. Remote speakers, please ensure that your Zoom name matches the name that you use to sign up. If your displayed name does not match your sign-up name, your name may be called, but we can't identify you, and therefore we cannot promote you to speak. All speakers will get a 30-second verbal warning before their time expires. Remote speakers will be muted at the expiration of their time. In-person speakers, I will interrupt you and recognize the next speaker, who will be instructed to start their remarks. In-person speakers, when your name is called, Please line up at one of the 2 microphones which have been turned on and await your turn to speak. Once again, thank everyone for being here. We are deeply engaged. We all care deeply about our community. This is clear and evident, and I thank you all for being here. The last thing I'll say before we dive in and start with the first group of in-person speakers is that irrespective of your position regarding the petition, we all want the best possible outcomes for our students here in the Newton Public Schools. We may have different opinions and ideas about how to achieve that worthy goal, but we all share that goal in kind. So, with that, our first round of speakers in person are Jonathan Levin, Allison Lobrun, David Bedar, Isaac Fine, and Brian McMahon. And you can line up at either of the 2 microphones.
I'm John Levin. I'm a Newton Public Schools graduate and have daughters in the schools here. Based on the published AP and MCAS results, other parents experience with detrimental changes in approach and methodology, and my own observations, I am convinced that NPS's decline is real and significant. If anything, the empirical evidence downplays this decline as parents increasingly supplement Newton Public Schools with tutors and private services. Widespread public concern about NPS is well documented. This committee's own survey shows only 31% of parents, 30% of community members, and 37% of students think NPS is heading in the right direction. Much of the override opposition was also due to reluctance to further fund Newton Public Schools' current approach. Yet this committee continues to avoid engagement with the majority of the community that is concerned. And that's what the petition was meant to be about. The people of Newton expect and deserve the best possible education for every single student. And the petition is an effort to spur dialogue and identify root causes of the decline. I hope that this committee will be willing and able to engage more effectively with the community going forward. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Allison Lobrun. I'm the parent of 2 students at Newton North. I'm a former public school teacher, and I'm also the founder of the Parent Educator Collaborative. Thank you for listening to my public comment. I object to the idea of a small group of parents forming a committee designed to question the academic principles of our district, and I oppose the notion of prioritizing parents' voices over educators. Clearly, the parents who signed the petition feel disenfranchised. I hope that our new superintendent will find a way to listen to their concerns in a way that they feel heard, but I feel the formation of a committee in this manner is not the way to do it. I believe that at the core of excellent schools are excellent educators. I'm extremely concerned about a growing national teacher shortage, which we're certainly experiencing here in Newton. Nationally, growing numbers of educators are leaving the field and fewer teachers are in the pipeline. One of the top reasons educators cite for leaving the field is that they feel their professional opinions are not valued by the communities they serve. I am a proud supporter of Newton Public Schools. At Newton North, both of my children have access to a wide range of challenging courses. They are learning to think critically, they are exposed to a wide variety of sources, their curiosity has been encouraged, and they have the opportunity to explore their identities, all without censure. We should all be concerned when educators leave the profession because they feel attacked and disrespected. We should be doing everything we can to make Newton a place where educators feel their professional opinions are valued and that they have the resources they need to do their work. If we fail to do this, we will lose the most valuable resource NPS has, its excellent educators. Thank you for listening.
Please hold your applause. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is David Bedar, and I've taught history here at Newton North High School for the last 16 years. I'm reading this on behalf of the several hundred Newton educators who signed on in support of this statement. It's a weeknight, and most aren't here because they're at home in other towns with their families, preparing lessons for our students for tomorrow. Many are faced with the stress of wondering if they will even be employed next year in the face of an $8 million budget gap. Yet some of us did come out tonight to share how proud we are of the work we do to foster excellence in academics, as well as critical thinking skills, empathetic citizenship, and an anti-racist mindset. We're here because we reject, one, the implication that more equitable schools are less excellent, and two, the implicit lack of trust in educators' professional judgment. As Newton educators, we understand that equity and academic excellence are not mutually exclusive, but mutually reinforcing. These values, which we believe are shared by the majority of Newton parents, are better protected by our democratically elected school committee rather than the unelected body proposed in this petition, which would not be accountable to the community in any way. We work tirelessly to support the academic and social emotional needs of our students despite continued budget cuts, programs and electives facing elimination, already large class sizes now set to further expand due to the failure of the operating override. We've continued to do all of this despite the enormous educational challenges presented by the pandemic. Many of our students are experiencing mental health crises with fewer resources to support them.
You have 30 seconds.
Academic loss is a valid concern, yet our society collectively underestimated socialization loss and the attendant mental health impacts on students. Academic excellence has been and always will be a priority for us. This petition is rooted in inherent distrust of educators in their professional capabilities and their ideological intentions. We reject these assumptions and urge the committee to deny this request.
Hi, my name is Brian McMahon. I've been in the Newton school system now for 4 years. My family and I moved here from Virginia. We have a eighth grader at Day Middle and a third grader at Pierce Elementary. I haven't been here long enough to make an opinion on the direction in which the school system is going, but what I do have an opinion on is when I think about compared to what my kids went through relative to academic excellence across the full spectrum in Virginia versus where I feel that they are met by the current curriculum today is a stark difference. Virginia met the full spectrum better than the Newton Public Schools does, and I'm a huge advocate for high achievement and high support. So as we think about engaging parents, I don't know if the council, I'll vote and say that I think this council gets my vote, but to the person who spoke on this mic before me, there are a bunch of parents in here that feel disenfranchised. They don't feel like their voices are heard, and I reject the notion that we should squash the concerns of a small group of people. We've lived those lessons in this country. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I know some of you personally, and I feel like every time we talk about the schools, I tell you this every time we talk about the schools, but I want to begin by saying how much I appreciate all the time you put into the work of the school committee. Likewise, I'm thankful to the people who conceived the idea for an academic advisory committee and who put in the effort to make this hearing possible. All of us are here because we care about education and making MPS the best it can be for our kids. The level of parent engagement in our schools is one of our community's greatest strengths. This engagement usually happens at a micro level, school by school, classroom by classroom. It is more difficult for parents and other stakeholders to have input on broader, district-wide policies and goals. I am here to speak in support of an academic advisory committee because I see it as a channel through which the Newton community can have an organized and consistent connection with the school administration on these high-level issues. We need this type of engagement. The biggest issue facing MPS today is that a large portion of our community is losing confidence in it. In a recent survey, only 31% of Newton parents reported that they thought MPS was headed in the right direction. The recent vote, which would have provided more money to the MPS operating budget, the first such vote in 10 years, failed to pass. Why? It would be a mistake not to look for answers. Forming this committee would be a significant demonstration that MPS is interested in regaining the confidence of our community. The advisory committee would help guide decision makers in setting priorities for our schools through non-binding recommendations to the school committee so that we can develop a school system that has the support and trust of our community. This approach has had positive results in other towns near us, like Dedham. The members of the advisory committee would be chosen by you, the school committee, and I trust that you will appoint a group of people with diverse backgrounds and opinions who share a sincere desire to be productive partners with you and the school administration. We are at a critical juncture, and we have an important opportunity before us. We need to get together on our schools. We need to be able to talk to each other. That is what this is about. That is why
Thank you very much. Lisa, we will now move to the first of our... No, please hold your applause. Please hold your applause. Thank you. Lisa, we'll turn to the first group of 3 of our remote speakers. Actually, there's one of the remote speakers who I see in front of me. So let's go to the group of 2, John Chanis, Sam Liang, and Min Dang. Do you see them on your... If you don't see them, we'll keep going with some in-person folks. All right, folks, so we're going to make a bit of a change up in the room. We'll go with Angela Pitter, and then Kerry Prasad, Jane Franz, Maria Andrasecco, Laura Tovim, and Marcia Oaken. Apologies for any mispronunciations.
Good evening. I'm Angela Pitter Wright, a parent of 3 Newton graduates and a former school committee member representing Ward 3. When I think about Newton's approach to education, I like to say that Newton Public School gives each student exactly what they need. I have 3 boys, including a set of twins who are nearly 4 years apart. The oldest was called the N-word in elementary school. And in high school, his science teacher told us that black students don't do well in science. Mind you, I graduated from Bronx High School of Science. Not only did he take advantage of DLS, he also took a few AP courses and joined both the gymnastics and the swim team. Fast forward 4 years to the twins. My twins have opposite personalities. One is a social butterfly, the other one is more reserved and known for studying on Friday evenings. Prior to COVID, they both joined the debate, track, and swim teams. They were also part of the Calculus Project, DLS, and the Tenacity Challenge. Their Tenacity team won first place in 2020. However, during COVID, my social butterfly became very frail, depressed, had multiple hospital stays, eventually leading to a 4-week stint at McMahon Hospital. Teachers like Michelle Leong text and call my son to ensure that he was completing his work and able to graduate. MPS gave him what he needed. His twin, on the other hand, during COVID, doubled down in his studies. Even in his senior year, instead of chilling, took 5 AP classes. He applied to multi-Ivy League schools and succeeded in being accepted to Princeton, Columbia, Harvard, and Yale, where he now attends. At graduation, he was honored with the Meserve Award, which is the first black student to win this award since its inception in 1923. MPS gave my twins what they needed, and sometimes that's not academic, but a simple text messages. All my sons are poster children for all MPS represents. We don't need another parent advisory group. MPS gives each student what they need.
Again, please hold your applause. Please begin.
Yeah. My name is Jane Franz, and I live at 12 Glastonbury Oval. As a Newton educator, I taught in many schools that shared one common thread. Educators were deeply committed to their students' academic growth and emotional well-being. Yet throughout my career, I received one debilitating message. The schools aren't what they used to be. You should have been here back in the day when they were great. I heard this in 1972 as a 24-year-old teacher in New Hampshire, in Brookline in the 1980s, and for 3 decades in Newton. Add to that, parents receive another message. Cuts are coming, but we can count on our amazing educators who go above and beyond, so all will be fine. But this is how educators receive this same message. You'll have fewer resources, less support, less time to plan, less time to meet with your students, but we will expect the same results from you. And for many years, Newton has squeezed its educators tighter and tighter as cuts eroded their ability to do their best work. You have a talented staff whose most critical evaluator isn't a department head or a principal. It's the voice in their head that says at the end of each day, I can't do more with less. and do it well. And no one will listen to me. I promised Julia we'd work together today, but it didn't happen. If only I were an amazing teacher. Then one day, the voice of this talented...
You have 30 seconds.
This talented educator's teacher's head sends a different message. I am done. This job is affecting my physical and emotional well-being. It is damaging my family, and I am done. This school system is in a dangerous turning point. I urge you as a school committee to listen to your educators. They will be more than happy to talk with you about what excellence looks like for all students. Thank you very much.
My name is Laura Tovim. I have an 8th grader at Day and a 10th grader at North. I spent considerable time last weekend trying to define my vision of excellent schools, and then I stumbled upon this definition: to educate, prepare, and inspire all students to achieve their full potential as lifelong learners, thinkers, and productive contributors to our society. This is NPS's mission statement, which along with its stated values and goals deeply reflect my vision for my children's education. This vision is grounded in the idea that excellent schools implement evidence-based, analytically rigorous, and innovative strategies to create the conditions where a diverse community of learners can thrive. Newton School's wide array of classes, electives, study abroad opportunities, and clubs allow all students to find their passions, build skills, and find community. It amazes me that all teens are encouraged to take classes that challenge them, work in a functioning restaurant, create a mechanical engineering portfolio, or compete with North's math modeling team, which had 3 teams qualify for the national competition this year out of 13 nationwide. A key component of creating a positive learning environment is NPS's enduring commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, not only through the lens of education, but also through committed practice, addressing school operations, hiring practices and professional development, and implementing evidence-based programs that aim to create equitable opportunities for all students. Newton schools are excellent, not in spite of the extensive elective offerings and commitment to racial equity, but because of them. History has demonstrated that without this type of dedicated, focused effort to counteract racism
You have 30 seconds.
that NPS has committed to, we will continue to live in an unfair and unequal society. NPS provides the type of education and experiences that allow students to become thoughtful, inquisitive adults who look critically at the world around them, understand how history echoes through contemporary issues, and are prepared to be active, engaged citizens in a pluralistic, multiracial, complex world. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kerry Prasad. My address is 22 Howe Road, Newton, Massachusetts. I support the Newton Public Schools system-wide goals and mission statement. I support the Newton Public Schools statement of values and commitment to racial equity. I urge the school committee to reject the petition that is being presented at tonight's meeting. According to Massachusetts law, the school committee shall establish educational goals and policies for the schools in our district. The petitioners desire an unelected, self-appointed committee that will recommend revisions to the educational goals and policies at NPS. The petitioners further desire that the school committee will review, write a response to, vote on, and implement their committee's recommendations in a timely manner. We already have an elected school committee. The Academic Principals Advisory Committee put forth in this petition is counter to the rules we have established in our city, state, and country. I reject the idea that an unelected group of people who bear no accountability to anyone at all should establish the core principles for Newton Public Schools. And so again, I urge the school committee to vote against the creation of such a committee.
Before we proceed, I'm just reminding all speakers to hold the microphone very closely. You can adjust the height as well if you need to.
You mean when we're short? I own it. It's okay. So I'm Marcia Oaken, and I want to add some historical perspective in that I was here in the 1970s as a student when things were excellent, and my children came here and went through when things were excellent, and I'm teaching here now when things are excellent. Yes, there have been changes. I see them as for the better. and that we are more inclusive. Our population is much more diverse than when I was a student, and I'm very glad for that fact. It enriches my classroom as a history teacher to have people from all over, from different backgrounds. It enriches our students' experience. They are benefiting from this diversity that we have, and they are achieving greater excellence. Our job as an educator and as parents are to prepare our students to be able to succeed in a world that is rapidly and continually changing. We have no idea what they're going to be facing in 10 years. I wish I could say I didn't know we'd be here now. So we are doing that, and we are doing it well, I think. If we really want to continue to do this well, we need to support our teachers. We can't let class sizes get too large. We can't get rid of all the support people who help the classroom teachers do it. But basically, everybody here wants the same thing, which is we want to meet our children where they are and enable them to become the best versions of themselves. And I think we are doing that.
Thank you. At this time, I think we're ready with a couple of our remote folks. Lisa, is that correct? Okay. Up first, we have Sergio Finkelstein, and then we have Anna Ronald and Matt Beckwith.
My name is Sergio Franklin. I've been a Newton resident for 30 years. My only concern here is the well-being of the city of Newton and its residents. Great schools are a critical city service and serve as the cornerstone of Newton's success. This is a direct quote from the city's website. City of Newton is served by approximately 3,000 employees, approximately 2,000 of them serving the public schools. There is a deep commitment to education in the city. It is not what we say, it is what we do. Looking at the mission statement of the Newton Public Schools, we want to educate, prepare, and inspire all students to achieve their full potential as lifelong learners, thinkers, and productive contributors to our global society. Core values of excellence set high expectations and standards for all students and staff. Respect, create an environment where everyone feels safe and valued. And responsibility, create a culture of collaboration, collegiality, and honest communications. Now let's read what the petition is requesting. The advisory committee shall be composed of parents of current NPS students, NPS teachers, and members of the community at large. Recommendations, revisions, and advice of the advisory committee will not be binding on NPS or school committee. Again, will not be binding.
You have 30 seconds.
As we all consider the merit of the request, I ask you to remember the words of John Dewey, a major voice of progressive education and liberalism. Education is not a preparation for life. Education is life itself. Instead of demonizing each other, it is time to find common ground. Parents want a forum, they want to be heard. I respectfully request that the school committee approves the creation of the proposed advisory committee. Thank you very much.
Up next, I believe we had Anna Ronald.
So I would like to speak against the proposal very clearly. I think that we do not need a new unelected body of people coming up with recommendations. It is not clear what their qualifications are for that, and we really do not need that structurally. And I also would like to point out that this proposal seems to me as a misdirection. It speaks of academic excellence, but it really is one of those affairs that we can see right now in Florida, where people speak of academic excellence, but end up banning books because they're against their core values. And it's again about CRT or other, imaginary enemies. And we don't need that in Newton whatsoever. Diversity is our strength. And I would like the Newton Public Schools Committee, please reject that. If somebody wants to be on the school committee, they can run for office and present their core values as their platform, at which point the public will vote and they will know if they're supported or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Matt Beckwith.
Thank you. This petition should be rejected because it does not.
Sorry.
So, Lisa, I think we're also ready to.
And Craft, if you can get Matt Beckwith on later, we'll certainly give him the remainder of his time.
Good evening. There we go. Nope, she's being given out.
One moment, please. Your
Sorry,
time
hold
hasn't
on.
started yet. We
Hold
are
on.
having some audio issues.
Is she on? Hello? Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
please state your
wonderful.
name and address and
Good
begin.
evening, everyone, and thank you for creating this event for the community to give their feedback to your school system. I've been living in Newton for more than 30 years. I've been a taxpayer and have been an activist in things throughout Newton for many years. And I felt that it was my duty to give you some feedback. And I very much strongly suggest that you create a safe space for family people to connect with the school for feedback and for a bridge to develop more trust and understanding and to be heard. I have heard from other families in the past 4 years their feedback of a lot of the things that have gone on and what they felt like their children had to go through compromised who they were as people, and yet they went along with it because it was their only way to get a good recommendation or to do this or do that to get into the schools. But they couldn't wait to leave after the fact because it became a place where it was more about agendas and narratives than the whole person. And so my urgency is to create a space where people can be a bridge to the schools that the school picks, and then they can have a platform where they connect with other community who can give them the feedback with a sense of safety. We need safety and trust. I was a director of a counseling program for 10 years in the Boston Public Schools from elementary to high school. Was it featured in a documentary for my work? And I know the diversity, the equity, critical race, all those things. I rejoice people being their own individual selves, but I don't appreciate being felt like I can't speak and that people can't speak their truth.
Turn to some folks in the room. You're welcome. Some folks in the room. We have Karen Gutentag, Susan Albright, Shauna Smite, Marta Kuppenwasser, Joshua Green. Again, please line up at the mics and alternate between speakers.
Good evening. I attended, my name is Karen Gutentag. I attended Pierce Elementary School, and at the heart of my adolescent splendor, attended the now defunct Warren Junior High. And I have a daughter in 7th grade at Day Middle School. I'm hearing and listening and learning from being in this room. I am certainly hearing parent discontent and parent interest in a pipeline. That being said, I do not support this petition for the reasons that many others have already stated in terms of its redundancy and the existence of appropriate channels for parent input. Be that as it may, should there be a need to expand those, I encourage the school committee to consider that. I'd also like to speak in favor of the importance of multicultural programming and content and reject any inference, as others have stated, that they are somehow incompatible. And to do so, I want to share an excerpt from the book, Implementing Innovative Leadership in an Inclusive Learning Environment. I'm happy to share all citations. But I quote from the book, "Studies show that students who have more experiences with diversity such as taking multicultural courses, participating in diversity programs on campus, and interacting with peers from different racial and ethnic backgrounds are more likely to experience greater gains in thinking complexity, ability to think about all parts of a problem and approach issues from multiple vantage points, reflective thinking, ability to think deeply about both personal and global issues, and critical thinking, ability to evaluate the validity of one's own reasoning and the reasoning of others. Surely these are consistent with the definition of academic excellence. Thank you.
First of all, I want to thank all of you for all that you do for Newton's children as members of our school committee.
Try this next mic, or that works.
This is better, I think. Yeah, good, thank you. So thank you for everything that you do. I'm Susan Albright. I am a graduate of the Newton High School. I'm the mother of 2 sons who went to Newton High School, Newton North High School in those days, and a member of the City Council, and a former member and chair of the school committee. And my advice to you is to reject this petition for an academic principals advisory committee. As always, any resident can make recommendations to the school committee and the school department on any topic at any time, and that's what these petitioners can do. I'm proud of the Newton Public Schools and its educators. I know they have and will continue to provide Newton's children with an excellent education. And I and my colleagues look forward to working with you in the coming year with your new superintendent. And keep up your good work. Thank you very much.
Hi there, my name is Shauna Smite. I am a class of 1992 Newton North High School graduate, which I wear like a badge of pride everywhere I go, and which is recognized by many people in many places as I was recognized as a woman with an excellent education coming out of Newton North High School. I have children in the public schools, came through Ward, now in Bigelow, one at Newton North, and a graduate of Newton North who is incredibly well prepared for her college experience coming out of Newton North High School. I am here just to be one more voice of reason. I really refute the premise of this petition. Newton Public Schools are excellent. Newton Public Schools have always been excellent. Newton Public Schools will continue to be excellent. Could Newton Public Schools improve? Probably, we all could improve. And if we feel like there is some improvement necessary in NPS, then I encourage all the parents to reach out and ask what they can do to help, ask what NPS needs in terms of support, and support your own student in their achievement at school and in any of their struggles at school, and then that student can communicate with their teachers and the faculty at their school to get what they need. That's how the system's set up. And I think it's been very successful.
You have 30 seconds.
Sure, absolutely. And by all means, there is a national teacher shortage, so maybe we should all go get master's degrees or PhDs in education, and then we'll be qualified to make criticisms or to put some input into the curriculum for Newton. Thanks so much.
Thank you. We had 2 other folks in this group, Marta Kuppenwasser and Joshua Green. This is the second call for those 2 names. Okay, continuing on. Oh, too quick. Take your time, sir.
Sorry, I'll make up for it by being short and brief. So I'm here to support the petition and to encourage the school board to adopt some form of academic excellence committee and a committee to focus on standards. My background, so I live in Westchester Road. I've been here for 5 years. I have students at Cabot, at Day, and at North. I am also an educator. I've taught elementary and high school math. And I would not apply to work at Newton North or into the Newton Public Schools. I think that there's a lack of a structural system of support, and I reject the claims that many of the other teachers have made about saying that parents should just shut up and let us do what we want in the classroom. That's not the way to support a teacher. That's not the way to support a school system. The support for teachers comes from structure, policy, process. It comes from an infrastructure that focuses on a set of core values, and unfortunately I think Newton doesn't have that right now. The last thing I'd emphasize, this form of committee is actually a tool for the school board. I think it would be unfortunate if you rejected forming some form of tool in this way to solicit parent feedback and parent involvement, but ultimately that's your choice.
You have 30 seconds. Please, again, hold your applause. Up next, we'll go to a couple of our remote speakers, Lisa Ellen Parshall and Dorothy Kim.
I'm not sure. Is it Ellen Paschal that you called for?
Yes, Ellen Paschal.
So I am a lifelong Newton resident. Both of my children went through Newton schools. And what I see that I find incredibly troubling is I don't understand what's so broken that people would think that they could form a committee that isn't an elected committee, or isn't a PTO committee, or isn't some other already established committee. This is undemocratic to ask for 5 people who signed for this to be on the committee. It's not at all a good civics lesson for our students. And I think that regardless of whether people are bringing up good points or not, the way this is being done and not working within the already existing parts of the school system, it's really awful and just as undemocratic as I could imagine. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Dorothy Kim.
Hi, so I'm vehemently advocating that this petition be rejected. As a university professor who teaches history and literature in the Boston metro area and who has a child in the Newton schools, I find this petition to fit right in with the historical discussion of how white supremacist parents tried to argue for segregation in the 1950s, as discussed in Elizabeth Gillespie McRae's Mothers of Massive Resistance, White Women and the Politics of White Supremacy. As the description of her book explains, white women, quote, white women performed myriad duties that upheld white over black, censoring textbooks, denying marriage certificates, deciding on the racial identity of their neighbors, celebrating school choice, canvassing communities for votes, and lobbying elected officials. They instilled beliefs in racial hierarchy in their children, built national networks, and experimented with a colorblind political discourse, unquote. This is just another iteration of this long history in American school spaces. So let's be clear, this is about whitelash, or what Carol Anderson so eloquently describes as white rage in her New York Times bestselling book of the same title. And she details explicitly how the white supremacists campaigned to dismantle any racial equity and justice in the U.S. school system in her chapter 3, entitled Burning Brown to the Ground. We see this happening in multiple states, as others have quoted or discussed, including Florida, in multiple school districts, all as a way to attack any progress from 2020, when the U.S. was supposed to have a reckoning with race in the aftermath of George Floyd's murder. This has always been about white supremacist politics. This has never been about high standards. If we want to discuss high standards, let us also discuss how actual quality in higher education is decided. That is decided by educators with academic freedom to make a call because of their evidence-based research, and that historical facts are actually facts. If you do not, so I'm basically saying reject this petition. This has nothing at all to do with actual standards.
Up next, Lisa, I believe you're ready with Inez Dover.
Yes. Did I get her? I don't know why it keeps jumping around.
Hi, I'm Joe Delfino, not Inez.
Oh, hang on. I don't know where she went.
Joe, I
She's
think
there.
it's okay.
Inez,
Go ahead.
She just needs to talk.
We can take you out of order.
Inez should be ready.
I am.
All right. Please.
Good evening. I'm Reverend Inez Dover, a retired Newton Public Schools educator of 38 years and former resident of Newton. I'm one of the founders of the Dover Legacy Scholars. The Dover Legacy Scholars program was developed on facts and data concerning the achievement of Black students. It is a vital and critical part of the tapestry of the Newton Public Schools that challenges our young people to achieve greater heights of intellectual growth, personal development, and community service through participating in a program which will forge a strong bond among themselves as young, gifted African-American people, and also between themselves and the living legacy of African-Americans locally and nationally. The Dover Legacy Scholars provides enrichment, enhancement, and encouragement for students of color who are committed to their educational achievement. It supports students in their academic pursuits as they move into higher and the highest level courses. It is a critical support system that undergirds the most basic and fundamental goals of educating young minds. It provides mentors, advisors, role models, strategies, and guidance. As students move forward in carrying out high academic pursuits and become leaders in their school and broader communities, it gives students of color a seat at the table of academia. Without this program, students of color would not have a fair seat at the table or no seat at all. And it jeopardizes inclusivity, which is one of the core values of Newton Public Schools. Is that what you want? My request to the Newton Public Schools Committee members is that you think long and hard regarding how all children will achieve their highest academic ideals and celebrate diversity for people from all walks of life, which the Newton Public Schools is nationally known for. Thank you.
Up next, we'll go back to a few
speakers. We'll begin with Peter Goddard, Donna Levin, Tamara Widener, Brandon Thomas Crowley, and Anika Brewster.
Good evening. My name is Peter Goddard. I've been teaching here for 26 years, coach for 26 years. Proud parent of 3, 2 who have graduated, 1 who is still in, of black and biracial, black and Puerto Rican descent. And I've been noticing the wonderful things that my colleagues do every day. Again, the non-elected piece of this bothers me as well. It kind of smacks, frankly, of privilege, and it's a little bit disrespectful that we don't really know what we're doing. And the last thing that I'd like to say, because a lot of my stuff has been said before, is the idea that groups like this seem to talk about they're nostalgic about a system that worked. And I think we like to think about worked for who, and worked for who exactly. And if the idea that equity,
folks,
if equity feels like oppression to you, you might want to work that out.
Next speaker, please.
My name is Tamara Wieder. I'm a 1990 graduate of Newton North. I attended Carr School, Horace Mann School, and Day Junior High. I returned to Newton to raise my children here in no small part because of my own experience in the Newton Public Schools. My twin boys are now 7th graders at Day Middle School. One of them has an IEP and receives special education services. The other has been described as academically advanced. I believe strongly that Newton Public Schools' commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion are as important to the education of my children as any support class or challenge work. I find it incredibly troubling that the Improve NPS group, as part of its stated goal for the district to, quote, foster a positive learning environment that promotes positive student growth, simultaneously seeks to scrap the district's statement of values and commitment to racial equity and replace it with an educational equity policy that scrubs all language referring to anti-racism efforts, unconscious biases, racial inequities, and more.
I believe that the goal of Newton Public Schools' commitment to racial equity and the district's diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts are as integral to the success of all of our students as any honors curricula, IEP, or AP test score. Thank you.
Dear members of the school committee, thanks for the opportunity to respond to the petition. My name is Donna Levin. I live at 17 Otis Street, and my family has lived in Newton for 18 years. We moved to Newton for the excellent school system, and we have not been disappointed. Between our two children, we've been part of Horace Mann, Cabot, F.A. Day, and Newton North. My son credits his Newton North education for preparing him well for college life and his future. My daughter is currently wrapping up middle school. The importance of education has been drilled into me for my entire life, and I want to thank all of the teachers and administrators who have gone the extra mile to support our family and meet our very high expectations. While we love the commitment, dedication, and push for academic excellence, our children have had to deal with overt racism and microaggressions. Starting over 17 years ago with our son in kindergarten to present day with our daughter in middle school, being made to feel less than by a fellow student for her beautiful natural curly hair. It is heart-wrenching experience to receive a call and learn of an act of discrimination against your child. I firmly believe, because of the commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion and belonging that are part of NPS's core values, Newton has continued to strive to create an environment where all students feel welcome and understood and can learn about the impact of their words and actions. The Dover Legacy Scholars Program provided my son with mentorship, education, and challenged him academically. He was accepted to all 10 colleges for which he applied. Our son took AP classes, and they prepared him well. My daughter participated in the Tenacity Challenge, and her team brought home a first-place trophy for Newton. I am concerned about this petition. It will modify our core values in Newton. It will undermine our educators and our administrators, and it will destroy the fabric of our community. I strongly urge the members of the committee to reject the proposal.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Amika Brewster. I am a proud MECO mom and a Newton North graduate. My son was a part of the calculus program and did very well. He was an honor roll student since 6th grade all the way through high school graduation. He is on the dean's list in his second year at Dartmouth, and all of this is due to the support that we have received from the Newton Public School system. I also would just also like to say that I agree that academic excellence is important, but I don't think that it has to come at the loss of racial equity, diversity, and inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you to that group. I'm aware that Reverend Crowley is online, not in person, as indicated on this, so Lisa will work to get him teed up. Yes, if you can, and then we'll go to a few remote speakers. So starting with Reverend Crowley, then Joe Delfino, then Ode Henin.
Okay, he should be good.
Good evening, dear members of the Newton School Committee and residents of Newton. My name is Reverend Brandon Thomas Crowley. I am the senior pastor of the historic Myrtle Baptist Church of West Newton, the only Black church in our suburban network of villages. I come to you in this moment of tension and opposition with a focused and sustained request. Do not approve the request of Improve NPS. I urge you not to form an advisory committee within the Newton School Committee and Superintendent's Office to counteract, delay, or even question the hard racial and ethnic equity work that the Newton Public School System is presently doing to become an anti-racist and non-xenophobic learning environment. As a religious leader, I want to go on record saying that Improve MPS is pushing a false narrative that the schools are declining in their effectiveness due to equitable efforts, and that is a lie. The NPS's original statement of values and commitment to racial equity is and will continue to save lives. Improve NPS is a problem. They are affiliated with national groups such as Foundation Against Intolerance and Racism, FAIR, and Parents Defunding Education, a group that seeks to dismantle the Dover Legacy Scholars Program, which is named after Reverend Inez Dover, an ordained associate minister by myself of our church, Middle Baptist Church, a retired Newton Public School teacher who I will be
30 seconds
on Sunday. This advisory committee request is a part of a national pattern that seeks to limit students' ability to understand how American society has functioned in its past and how that affects the present. Please understand, committee, that your decision tonight will set a standard that will have effects across the Commonwealth and perhaps the United States. Send a bold message and be courageous. May justice prevail.
Thank you. Up next, we have Joe Delfino and then Ode Henin, followed by Daniel Blumenthal.
Hi, everyone. I'm Joe Delfino. I have 2 kids at Service. I recognize there are a range of opinions on how Newton schools are performing and serving our kids. I support the work of our school committee, our teachers, our administrators. I think they're doing a great job, but I actually think those opinions are somewhat irrelevant to the issue at hand. I'm opposed to creating an oversight committee that is unelected, has no documented process for selecting or turning over members, has no guarantees of transparency, and has no accountability to anyone. The most specific stipulation for membership is that at least 5 members of the committee must have already signed the petition. While the proposed committee's advice is not binding, it is proposed that each of their rejected recommendations must be accompanied by a public school committee vote and a written response. This is a situation ripe for bureaucratic abuse, and regardless of your opinions on NPS's direction or performance, this proposal should be rejected, and we should focus on using the democratic process of public discussion, lobbying, and voting for democratically elected officials to effect whatever change we believe is best for our kids in our town. I urge that the committee reject this petition. Thank you.
Up next, we have Ode Henin. I apologize if I've mispronounced that.
Oh, thank you. So first of all, dear members of the school committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak at this hearing. My name is Ode Henin, and I am the mom of an 8th grader at Day and an 11th grader at North. I want to state my unequivocal support for the Newton Public Schools and the outstanding work that they've been doing around supporting academic excellence for all students, and urge you strongly to reject this petition. I understand that parents may have concerns about their child's education and that COVID has amplified stressors, disparities, and frustrations with many. Parents already have the right to express their opinions via several avenues where they can share their concerns and partner with NPS to enhance outcomes and address issues. The idea that a small, unelected group of parents who do not represent the larger community of families and students could have so much say and power around academic priorities and programs is outrageous and troubling. It will disempower our educators and school administrators and further polarize our system. The petition is vaguely worded. The only clear statement is the mandate that 5 of the committee members be from among those who signed the petition out of an unspecified number. Moreover, this committee is not in an advisory role, as their recommendations would need to either be approved or voted upon by the school board. This makes it a legislative body, not an advisory one. I was one of the people who filled out the survey and did not agree that the Newton schools were headed in the right direction. However, my concern did not have to do with the quality of the education, but rather with the lack of funding, support for teachers, and need to increase focus on youth mental health and psychosocial functioning. The idea that my response is now being weaponized to promote an agenda that I staunchly oppose is frustrating. In addition, this petition seems like a way to promote a specific ideology that targets DEI efforts and does not reflect the overall culture and values of the Newton community. It promotes a false dichotomy that we either need to focus on academic excellence or develop programs and policies that support students with marginalized identities. This is patently untrue. NPS has both outstanding academics and a mission to address inequities in education. All students benefit from efforts to improve equity and address systems of discrimination and oppression. Please reject this position. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Daniel Blumenthal.
Hi, everyone. My name is Daniel Blumenthal, and I have 2 children currently in NPS. They entered the system in kindergarten, and over the past 9 years have moved up through elementary school, middle school, and one will be entering high school starting next year. Our children's education is hugely important to us. We moved up to Newton and into the Newton real estate market because we wanted a top quality education for our children. And I want to be clear, we haven't always been 100% happy with the way things went. There have absolutely been decisions we disagreed with and wished we could change. But I also want to be clear that we understood why those decisions were being made. And we trusted the teachers and administrators that were making those decisions. We knew why they were making those decisions, and we understood that they were ultimately the experts in creating a challenging, nurturing, positive educational experience for our kids and for all the other kids in the district. Now we're here to talk about this petition. And honestly, the petition itself is worded so generically, it's impossible to know what it's actually trying to achieve. Like, who could argue with academic excellence, right? You could make the argument that this committee is just going to create non-binding recommendations, but if the school board is going to have to respond to each in writing, and this will create a huge burden on their time. There's been an accusation that the people who started the petition are trying to stop the schools from focusing so much on DEI. I don't know if that's true, but it's very troubling. If there's one thing that the last couple of years have taught us, that these are not issues that are going to go away on their own. These are things that require education. The point is, I don't know who the people behind the petition are. I don't know who will be on this committee. I don't know what their motives are. I don't know why the group is going to include people who don't even have students in the school system.
30 seconds.
What are their qualifications? What are their goals? No idea. Bottom line is that they don't represent me. They don't represent my family. I know and like a lot of people who signed the petition, but even they are just parents like me who have kids in the system. I'm a pretty smart guy, and boy, do I have opinions. Just ask my wife and kids. But that doesn't make me an expert. And the fact that the signatories have opinions doesn't make them experts either. I trust the teachers and administrators. The so-called advisory committee does not represent me, and I am strongly against its adoption. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll turn now to our in the room
speakers. Mark Laredo, Meg Holland, for Brianna Cristo, apologies for that, Emmanuel Katz, Gianna Burris, Jennifer Huntington, and Dimitri Ginnis.
Can you hear me now? Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. I speak this evening as a proud graduate of the Newton Public Schools for the 27th year in a row as a parent of a Newton school system child, a member formerly of this committee, and a city councilor at large from Ward 7. And I've got 4 points to make this evening. I'm going to do it in less than 2 minutes. First, I want to be very clear that I believe strongly that we all have a duty and a responsibility to educate each and every child in our school system. Each and every child. Second, I'm going to urge you, indeed strongly urge you, to reject this petition. Under state law, the school committee functions as the school system's board of directors, and the superintendent is charged with overseeing the day-to-day operations of the school system, including serving as its educational leader. The proposed advisory committee simply does not fit within that model. Third, over the years, I've observed differences, sometimes sharp differences, about how to provide the best possible education for our children. But in forums such as this one, just as we're doing now, everyone has the right to speak their mind freely, even if they completely disagree with one another, and that's the essence of our democracy. Finally, regardless of our views on how to best educate our children, it's incumbent upon all of us, especially those of us in elected office, to listen carefully. I continue to believe that we have an excellent school system, and I trust this committee and this community to continue to work to improve it. Thank you very much.
Hello, My name is Emmanuel Katz, and I have a daughter in the Newton Public School system. She's been here from the very beginning, from Horace Mann today, and now at Newton North. I am myself an educator, and so therefore I have the utmost respect for the work of educators, and I know how difficult it is. But at the same time, I feel that the changes that I've seen and observed in her learning are quite substantial. It's not just that it's just sort of a change in style, but there really is a kind of change in the structure of the education system. I teach myself. I've been teaching for 20 years at the university level, and for instance, the idea that people with very different motivations should be, and drive should be put in the same classroom, I feel that I have experience in this. I know that things like this do not work. You are not meeting the needs of the various populations. You have a motivated bunch of students who need a completely different approach, who need more openness, and you need an open-ended kind of plan for learning, and a non-motivated population, for instance, that needs a lot more structure and a lot more sort of explanations for why it is that they're learning what they're learning. When you're mixing these different populations, you're doing a disservice to each of them. I believe that parents should have a way of helping educators and voicing their opinions, especially when they feel things are not when they feel that there's been a strong change in the structure of education itself. Thank you.
Folks, applause, please hold them.
Hello, my name is Dmitry Genis, and my two sons graduated Newton North. They were very happy here, and I was very happy with support that Newton North provided to them. Still, I'm reading now the latest data from AP tests. I was shocked to see this data. I just found it today. If you go to AP test in calculus, Newton North, failure rate 2022, 70%. Tell me that I'm wrong and I misread the data, but it's 70% failure rate of calculus 1. 2021, COVID year, 62%. 2020, 38%. 2019, 36%. So it's definitely the problem. Failure rate 70%. Sorry, it's not Newton, it's North Dakota. You understand this? Newton South, not much better. Failure rate 32% this year. Pre-COVID 2020, 53%. Again, it's not Newton, and it's not excellence, it's failure. It's complete, total failure. Just to clarify, kids will not be ready for college. I know, my two sons in STEM in UMass system. It's very difficult. Failure rate in calculus, first year, it's 40%. Comparable cities, Lexington, Brookline, etc. Failure rate, single digits. It's definitely the problem. We can ignore it, we can tell, I don't know, racism or whatever you want. It's a huge issue, it's failure.
30 seconds.
I'm asking to vote to support creation of this committee because we can ignore it, you can vote against, but it will not help our kids. Remember, 70% failure rate in Calculus 1 in Newton North.
Good evening, I'm Jennifer Huntington. I live at 130B Seminary Avenue in Auburndale, and I'm here to ask you to reject this proposal. Up until 1919, I as a woman had no right to vote in this Commonwealth or in the country, and that was as a white woman, and until when I was grateful to be included by the 19th Amendment. However, if I had been a black woman or a black man, I would have had to have waited till 1965 and the Voting Rights Act in order to be included and to represent the diversity of this country. I think it is essential that we support our teachers who every day stand up for the rights that diversity, equity, and inclusion afford to all of our children, helping them to understand the hurdles that have been overcome in order to achieve those rights, and to ask the questions how and why, which are the foundations of academic excellence. Thank you.
Hello, I am Gianna, and I am a senior at Newton South. Since moving to Newton in 2019, I have had problems with honors level classes, which to me felt as if they functioned with the belief that black students would not exist in these spaces. When it wasn't that, it was problems with how my peers would talk to and around me. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, I was talked to differently and expected to be an expert on all things Black. I was asked to define different AAVE terms and if I was related to other Black students who I didn't even know. During class registration for junior year, I was told by a teacher to sign up for A-Push to help blacken the class. This was the first moment I felt viewed as a statistic. On top of that, Newton has already been teaching history with honesty and discussing social issues in a politically neutral environment, these past 2 years in particular. It seems that some are taking issue with the teaching of history from and focused on the experiences and perspectives of the oppressed and not the oppressors. To fulfill NPS's mission statement, you need to commit yourself to learning about the importance of equity. Additionally, it seems that those who are aligning with this petition have not seen and experienced what I have. And I'm not blaming anyone for that, as it's a direct result of privilege. But please, let's not act like Newton hasn't fostered an environment with viewpoint diversity, free expression, and open dialogue. Students and faculty alike have shared racist, sexist, and transphobic viewpoints, and to my knowledge received little to no consequences. Most of what's in this petition seems like coded language where they dance around the fact that they believe it isn't worthwhile to spend time on equity, and that is wrong. Look, if what I've shared has been my experience as a light-skinned, biracial student, I ask all those who support this petition to find out what the experiences have been for dark-skinned Black students, other BIPOC students, MEDCO students, LGBTQ+ students, neurodivergent students, and disabled students before urging Newton to create an advisory group for misguided reasons, because these people too are a part of your society and will be harmed through undermining equity in an attempt to improve academic excellence. Thank you.
Thank you. Everyone, please hold your applause. You may begin your remarks.
My name is Meg Holland. My husband and I have lived in West Newton for 37 years. We moved here because of the reputation of the school system. Both of our sons went through Burr, Day, and Newton North High School, and they received a top-notch education. I'm a former PTO president and school volunteer at the elementary level. One perspective that became clear to me as a young parent and as a young Newton parent was the importance of backing our educational professionals. We all have opinions, especially in places like Newton, but most of us parents are not classroom teachers. We are not on the front lines of classrooms every day. So in that spirit and in support of all of our students, I support the current goals, mission, core values, and Newton Public Schools Statement of Values and commitment to racial equity. I urge the school committee to vote against this petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll turn to several of our remote speakers, beginning with Douglas Williams, then Christine Dutt, then Lauren Lipkin-Dale, followed by Connie Chow.
Working?
Yes, you are live.
All right. Hi, I'm Douglas Williams. I graduated from Newton North High School in 2020. I currently go to University of Chicago. I study public policy and data science. I think that we can all agree that there's been a lot of troubles with schooling in the last 5 years for a variety of reasons, and we all think that everyone deserves a voice. This petition is designed to squeeze out your voices. All right. It requires 5 signatories to be on the advisory committee. So you need to ask yourself, who is it that designed and organized this petition? And it's Improve NPS. It's an organization, you can go to their website, you can go and look up who's on it. They explicitly have pushed for in blogs and prior petitions to remove minority student support programs like DLS and the Calculus Project, programs that I benefited from, many other minority students at Newton North and other schools have benefited from. It's the only reason I study math and went on to study data science is because I received the support I needed to get over things like stereotype threat. Regardless of how you feel about the racial issues here, if you want your voice heard, you want to be able to attend these meetings. You want to be one of the people represented. This board or this advisory committee is meant to compress the number of people who have that direct access to a select few. And they're requiring that among that select few, an upweighted portion, 5 signatories, be from their ideology. It is important to remember that you do have a voice and you do deserve to speak it, but they are not trying to make sure that you get it. This is a really, really tricky way to get more representation for a specific vocal minority viewpoint that is looking to hurt students like me. Thank you. Have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you. Up next, we have Christine Dutt, followed by Lauren Lipkin-Dale.
'Dale. 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 '
I didn't. She should speak. Hold on, I'll do it again.
Hello?
There we go.
Yes, we can hear
My name is Christine Dutt. My address is 13 Crescent Street, 02465. I have one child who attends Newton North and one who attends Day Middle School. I support Newton Public Schools, Newton educators, and the current Newton Public Schools mission statement. Public education is a common good shared by the community for the benefit of all and realized in part through active participation by citizens when we vote for school committee members, pay our taxes, volunteer in our schools through the PTO, and participate in public comment in school committee meetings like this one. However, it seems that the petitioner's intent is to put their own agenda above the best interests of all Newton Public Schools constituencies when they call for a minimum of 5 petition signatories on their proposed advisory committee. Any committee formed by the school committee should strive to represent the diversity of the Newton community without giving advantage to any one group or constituency. I'm very concerned that the proposed advisory committee would be an unelected body without any oversight or accountability, and whose sole purpose would be to influence school committee decisions and Newton Public Schools policies. As a Newton voter, I have input into the policies of the Newton Public Schools when I vote for school committee members. If I don't like a school committee member's priorities or I believe them to be underperforming, my recourse is to vote for someone else. What recourse would Newton voters have with respect to academic principal advisory committee members who are underperforming or who don't share my priorities and values?
30 seconds.
The only values or principles the petitions include are high standards, outstanding results, and academic excellence. No mention of mental health or social and emotional learning. No mention of vital initiatives like the Calculus Project or the Dober Legacy Scholars that combine academic excellence and equity. In fact, the petitioners do not use the word equity once. This makes me question whether the petitioners share Newton Public Schools to win goals of excellence and equity.
Your time is up. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your consideration.
Up next, we have Lauren Dale and then Connie Chow, followed by Michael Cumin.
Thank you. As a parent of 2 white NPS students, and from my experience as an educator, I urge you to reject this petition on both procedural and philosophical grounds. I know the petition signers and I both want what is best for our children, but so too do our talented educators and our elected officials. The special access the signers seek is redundant and undemocratic. It's also extremely problematic that the national groups that many signers are affiliated with seem to believe that there is a trade-off between equity and excellence. In my 7 years as a teacher and over a decade as an education consultant, I've worked with 16 different schools, and I can say without a doubt that the schools that are the most focused on equity are also the schools that are the most excellent for everyone. In equity-minded schools, including NPS, educators disaggregate student achievement data by identity categories like race, gender, and disability so that they can create special programs and tweak pedagogy and curriculum until identity categories are no longer predictive of success or of failure. The sole purpose for doing this is so that they can ensure success or excellence for everybody in every identity category, even including white non-disabled males. Excellence is not a zero-sum game, but rather a quality that builds on itself the more it is made accessible to everyone. Research backs up that students of all races who learn about and experience equity have higher achievement and attainment, and they are more likely to be champions of justice themselves. Please vote against the creation of this advisory committee so that NPS can continue to pursue the highly interdependent goals of equity and excellence. Thank you.
Up next, we have Connie Chow, followed by Michael Cumin.
Good evening. My name is Connie Chow, Zhao Yi, and a resident of Newton Highlands. I am currently a faculty member of a competency-based, justice-oriented STEM teacher preparation program. I don't have children in NPS, but care deeply about public education as a public good, and therefore urge you to reject this petition. I appreciate and commend the statement of values and commitment to racial equity that's already been issued by NPS and the concrete actions delineated within the system-wide goals. These are supported by education scholars such as Sarita Hammonds, an author of Culturally Responsive Teaching and the Brain, by learning scientists such as Linda Darling Hammonds, where a whole child framework tells us that psychological, social, emotional well-being is a precondition for academic excellence. Creating a sense of belonging and focusing on equity is especially important for students with marginalized identities. So as I looked at the Improve NPS website, they provided a sample education equity policy. So if that is really their aim, then the Academic Principals Advisory Committee as proposed seems to be redundant, if not superfluous, because the current NPS mission values and plans support it. If the aim is delay and reversal of the urgent anti-racist, culturally responsive curriculum and supports that the plan of action of NPS calls for, then history and current events suggest that the aims of this committee and this petition is likely a book ban disguised in bureaucratic clothing and intentionally obfuscating language that can later be operationalized in ways that are harmful to our students and to maintain the status quo. I encourage the school committee to continue to engage parents of Newton Public School students and to help teachers elevate the community cultural wealth that historically marginalized communities bring. You can do so without the need to support this petition, which I strongly am engaged. Thank you.
Up next, we have Michael Kumin.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, please begin.
Hello, my name is Michael Kumin, and I support the petition. It seems like NPS is at a crossroads. The district's strong history of excellence and achievement has served it well, but it's clear that many in the community feel that this well-deserved reputation is losing ground. As we've already heard, a majority of families feel that NPS is going in the wrong direction. Now, the school committee's response to this rebuke was to suggest that the sampling was skewed. And while survey data is rarely perfect, I'm unaware of any follow-up from NPS to get a broader sampling and refute this apparent level of dissatisfaction. If so, what were the results and why have those not been shared with the community? Moreover, this survey was soon followed up with a no vote by Newton residents against the operating override, despite intense lobbying supporting the measure by teachers, administrators, and the mayor. Now, it would strike me that any well-run organization would take a step back and ask, why are we getting such negative feedback? Imagine a company like Dunkin' Donuts receiving terrible reviews on a new coffee launch with declining sales as a result, and its response was to do nothing, to not engage with its customers, to learn more, to improve. The request for NPS to better engage with families and address its overall approach towards education should be uncontroversial. To be clear, the ask is for the community to have an advisory role. Moreover, I support and understand that a variety of viewpoints and stakeholders should be represented. That's consistent with the petitioner's inclusive and well-intentioned approach. Perhaps the committee's composition is where our collective dialogue should be focused, but not its actual being. But anything other than the school committee's vote for greater community engagement and input would be ignoring one of its key constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now turn to several of our in-person speakers, beginning with Ann Josephson, Holly Rains, Ben Rains, Ari Zarin,
and including, go ahead, please begin.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Ann Josephson. I've been a Newton resident for actually almost 50 years. I'm the proud parent of a Newton North graduate and a mom who is deeply grateful for the educational opportunities that Newton North High School offered. I ask that the school committee vote no on the petition before you this evening. The establishment of an academic principals advisory council with self-appointed members from a group who take issue with our public school statements of values and commitment to equity is a step in the wrong direction. The group sponsoring this petition pits the value of academic excellence against the value of diversity, as if it's a zero-sum game where pursuing one value is somehow antithetical to pursuing the other, when in fact the opposite is true. The sponsors of this petition are a group that in so many words has advocated for taking the word race out of our school's commitment to racial equity. Really. In my mind, this is just a small step away from what Florida has done, preventing mention of race when teaching about Rosa Parks. This is simply the wrong direction for Newton. One of our greatest strengths in the school system is the commitment to diversity.
You have 30 seconds.
And one of the most impressive and enduring features of Newton North High School in particular is its commitment and ability to meet students where they are and provide them with many different ways to excel and succeed. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ari Zarin. I'm 17. I'm a senior at Newton South High School. I've been in Newton Public Schools my whole life. I went to Countryside Elementary School and Brown Middle School. And Newton South, and especially, and as well as the other schools I've attended to, have been an amazing experience for me. I'm very excited to attend college next year at the school that I applied to, Early Decision. And the places in Newton South that I want to see improved doesn't come from my teachers, who I am incredibly grateful to, and I think are wonderful people who definitely have gone above and beyond in my personal experience, especially over the pandemic. The places I see issues are with not having money for textbooks, not having money to have smaller class sizes. That's the places where I feel like academic excellence is potentially declining. So that's the first part of the issue that I want to address that I think is the underlying concern for a lot of people behind this petition. The second part that I want to address is that I absolutely reject this petition and urge that you vote against this petition because of its fundamentally undemocratic nature. I think it's impossible to ignore what's going on in other parts of the country when we consider this own proposal in our town, with House Resolution 5 last week proposed, passed through Congress by the Republican majority, that is explicitly trying to attack the right to a free public education, attack the rights of students to have their own opinions, to form their own opinions about the world in a non-biased environment, which is a public education system. Now, I know South has a reputation for being a very liberal school, for being an open school. What I have to say is that I found teachers who take utmost care to not bring bias into their opinions, to ask us to challenge our opinions, and to bring in the factual interpretations of the world, which includes discussions about colonization, discussions about anti-racism, and that's important in today's, global mindset.
Time is up.
Thank you.
Please hold your applause. Thank you. Please begin.
Thank you. Ben Rains, and I reject this proposal. I don't think that I could say anything else that other people have already said before me. But I do want to thank the wonderful parents, teachers, and students that have come to speak to also reject this. Thank you all.
Thank you. Up next, we have a group of students who requested to speak. Lila Bourne, Simon Frankel, Ellie Stamper. A group of young students, that is. Holding the mic is perfectly fine.
We are 3 fourth graders from Franklin Elementary School, and we are here to talk about things we love about our school. I'm Elle Stamper. I'm Lila Borney.
And I'm Simon Frankel.
And we are here to talk about our opinions and what we love about school. In social emotional learning, a teacher comes in once a week and talks about mindfulness, friend strategies, neurodiversity, and famous people with learning differences. As one example, in the morning we all get time to write about a prompt that helps us to be mindful about how we are feeling that day.
I am part of Franklin's Rainbow Pride group. Rainbow Pride really helps me express my feelings and interact with people. In Rainbow Pride, we make art, read books, and talk about ways that we can be inclusive to everyone, no matter what gender or pronoun they use.
Rainbow Pride is a safe space to talk about my feelings and to be myself. Rainbow Pride makes me feel happy, included, and supported. If our teachers did not allow us to talk about issues like racism, then we wouldn't be well educated and understand all different perspectives and our history. It is important that we have these discussions while learning.
Talking about SEL and all of the ways that we are the same and different is a big and important part of our school community. It makes us better people who will make the world better. We need to talk about this more, not less.
School is a place to ask questions about ourselves and about our world. These are things that feel important to us, and we need them to stay. Thank you for listening.
Now I'll say it. Please hold your applause. Although Lila, Simon, and Ellie, amazing job. Brilliantly spoken. Thank you very much. We're going to continue on with, actually in that group we had Holly Rains. Second call for Holly Rains. Okay, continuing on to... This group includes Davra Ricks, Jesse Brackham, John White, Christian Gaines, Ann Housing, and Ethan Bolker. That was a joint sign-up, so I'm not quite sure. Both of you are welcome.
Good evening. My name is Ann Housing. I sent 2 sons and 2 grandchildren to the Newton Public Schools. I have absolutely no complaints. I think it's been a wonderful, diverse, and exciting place for them to learn. And they had their difficulties. But I want to speak directly to this proposed introduction of the petition for this new committee, and I would like to ask you to reject it. I feel it's undemocratic, and I strongly suspect it's unkind. I think that it is an effort to pit academic excellence against coming to yourself as a human being, which I think the Newton schools have worked very hard to do. We have intellectual gifts and we have social gifts, and we have limitations. And as a child coming into adulthood, they must both be addressed. I also was struck by the undemocratic nature of this proposal. I think if you are unhappy with who is representing you, you can vote for someone on the school board. We don't need unidentified people signing a stray petition to tell the school committee how to operate. Thank you very much.
My name is Devar Ricks. I have 2 children in the Newton Public Schools. I've been living in Newton for since my youngest son was 2, and when he was born, really quickly, I'm from Minnesota. I moved here in 2007. And when he was born, I immediately decided, okay, where am I going to live? Where do I want my son to be educated? And I set my flag here in Newton. Again, I've been here for 10 years. I have 2 boys now. One at Memorial Spalding, one in Oak Hill. But very quickly, I want to talk about diversity. I noticed the sentiment up here is what diversity has done for maybe minorities coming into Newton. But I want you to flip the other side of that, is that diversity and bringing other people into Newton has what it can do for Newton. I coach basketball. I coach basketball here in Newton. And I teach life to these kids, and some of my parents may be in here, I don't know, but I know that I am a benefit to Newton because I present myself that way. I try to be that way. Every teacher that my kids have had has been that way as well, and that's all I could ask for, and that's exactly what I'm getting as a parent of 2 Newton children. And as I continue to coach in Newton, I will give the same thing to your children. I promise you that. So people like me, there's more of us to come, and there's more of us probably in this room right now. In order to continue to have them here, keep diversity in your lives.
All right, good evening, everybody. My name is Christian Gaines. I'm a class of 2021 Newton North Senior Cup recipient, Harvard University sophomore, and Dover Legacy Scholars graduate. I got an email this morning. It reminded me of how I felt about two summers ago, and really made me feel compelled to speak. So I, sacrificed some time today to come out here and just share a little bit about what I feel is most important. So first, I completely reject the idea of forming this board. I think it's incredibly desperate. The claims are very unsubstantiated, and there's very sort of little strategy or planning to it. The execution was pretty low quality. I also think that, just in general, if we speak about preparation, Newton North, at least back in my day 2 years ago, produced 7 Harvard University students. We've been doing pretty well. But I'd also just say that it was what Newton North prepared me for socially. I actually showed up at Harvard and I was pretty surprised. I dealt with a lot less of like the hate crime incidents, a lot less of the stereotypical threat, speaking sort of down on people. And so I feel that, we already understand sort of how far we need to go.
You have 30
We
seconds.
don't need to, be regressive in any way, but we also need to think about really, truly how much these teachers are putting in so much of their lives into our students. You could see it on all those fourth graders that came up here. Anytime they need some tutoring, I'll be around. But, truly, after my time here at Newton North, I was left without words other than just, pure love and admiration for these teachers. So continue trusting them and believing in them. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Jesse Barracon, 161 Highland Avenue. I'm the parent of 2 children in the Newton Public School System, and I am adamantly opposed to the creation of the Academic Principals Advisory Committee as detailed in this petition. First, the petitioners have failed to demonstrate why an unelected advisory committee is needed. They have offered value statements with few actionable ideas, and furthermore are suggesting a process, if the committee is formed, that will be burdensome on you, our elected school committee. It creates a sort of de facto policy arm for you to report to. Its fatal flaw is that it does not establish why this additional process is necessary, gives no meaningful precedent, nor why is it a good use of the school committee's time and resources in light of all the other important work you have to do. Second, and most importantly, I am deeply concerned the petitioners, without saying it directly, are at their core motivated by a fundamental desire to erode MPS's focus on racial equity and our stated system-wide goals. Our collective work together as parents and as a school district to confront systemic racism and prioritize the needs of historically marginalized communities is extremely important for our children and for our city. I urge the schools committee to stay the course on our existing and newly updated system-wide goals as related to diversity, equity, inclusion. Lastly, it is worth noting that the petitioners have offered a sample equity policy. It is vague, it is coded, it states nothing more than fairly obvious aspirations for any school district and has no call to action.
You have 20 seconds.
It is deeply lacking in substance and value. Reading the petitioner's equity statement compared to our comprehensive, thoughtful, action-focused statement of values and commitment to racial equity is a wildly important reminder to me of how ill-equipped this petition is, as currently drafted, to offer any value to MPS, this school committee, and our children. Thank you.
Up next, we'll go to a few more, Lisa, in person, and then we'll jump to several of the remote speakers. So in this group, we have Vanessa Clegna, Jacqueline Badu, Katie Biello, Angela Brooks, and Amelia Oliver.
Hello. My name is Vanessa Kalanya, like lasagna. That makes it easier. I had something prepared, but I'm actually going to switch gears because I feel that I really need to introduce myself and speak a little bit to the community at large, because there's so many things that were said tonight that are misleading and misunderstood. So I feel a little bit the need to tell you who I am and defend myself a little bit. I am a neighbor, and I am a friend to many people in this room. I have 2 children in the Newton Public School system, and I have been so happy and so grateful in Newton and in Ainger and Brown and Newton South now. And I've worked really, really hard in the PTO over the last decade. I've done a lot of things, particularly at Ainger, that I've really enjoyed in the PTO. And I am I'm a social emotional counselor in the community, and I work with people, mainly adolescent girls in the community. I have for over a decade. And to speak to someone before that said things were unkind, kindness is kind of my mantra in life. But I will say that I love how civilized tonight has been. But leading up to tonight, I felt that there was a lot of uncivilized things going on online that were very hurtful and painful, and I wasn't prepared for them, maybe naively so. But as one of the people that was at the beginning of where this petition began, and by the way, the petition does not address anything about diversity, equity, or inclusion, but they have gotten very confused online. The petition very clearly talks about communication, and that is what I do for a living. I work on communication and helping people to connect by communicating. And the reason why this committee got formed was really the thread was communication. We want to be able to connect more with this group. Thank you very much.
Please begin your remarks.
Thank you. My name is Angela Brooks. I live in Newton Center. My 2 kids go to Bigelow and Ward. I'm here to voice my strong opposition to an academic principals advisory committee. My comment today is threefold. First, as public education is the foundation of our democratic ideals, what our children learn should be determined by elected representatives accountable to their constituents and experts in curriculum hired under their purview. To do otherwise is a scary and dangerous proposition. One already established alternative is for petitioners to share their concerns as constituents with their school committee members on a more even playing field with other parents and residents. My second point, in our multicultural democratic society, my children and their peers cannot have an excellent education without incorporating principles of equity. Without equity, we ignore history. And to ignore history is to provide an unexcellent education. Third, the reason I choose to live in Newton is because of the public schools' 2 pillars of excellence and equity. And I think I speak for many others. We are lucky to live in a state with many strong public school districts, but we live here because we know that the district is promoting an education for students grounded in excellence and equity. How lucky are we? Attempts to undermine the district's DEI efforts, like the proposal before you, should be rejected. Thank you.
My name is Katie Biello. I live in Auburndale, and my 2 kids go to Day and Burr. I'm here to voice my strong opposition to the creation of an academic principals advisory committee as proposed in the circulated petition. To begin with, I do not want a small group of unelected officials with no accountability mechanism to decide what our kids' education will look like. Second, I was lucky enough to attend public schools for my entire K-12 education, and I credit the values that I learned in my exposure to issues of diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging in those years, to my professional successes as a professor at Brown University, to my civic engagement as a volunteer on local and national political campaigns and social organizations, and as a parent. Academic excellence and advancing diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging is not a zero-sum proposition. In fact, in our multicultural global society, academic excellence requires teaching our children about a diverse world, including the past and present impact of racism, sexism, anti-Semitism, xenophobia, homophobia, and transphobia. We would be failing our kids otherwise.
Thank you, school committee members. My name is Amelia Oliver. I have 3 children in Newton Public Schools. My children were in the Distance Learning Academy in 2020-2021, so I know what it feels like to not feel heard by NPS. I support the current goals, the mission, the core values, and the statement of values and commitment to racial equity. I support the work of the Department of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. I think our schools are headed in the right direction. I have read the November letter signed by some of the petition organizers seeking to remove the commitment to racial equity from NPS's value statement. Losing our commitment to racial equity, losing our commitment to DEI would be devastating to our district. We cannot have excellence without equity. Newton Public Schools have a long history of leading the way in excellence in public education. The Career and Technical Education Program and METCO are examples. We are leading the way now with equity and excellence, and our values statement, and our academic and diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. Let's not take 2 steps back with this committee. I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Hello, members of the school committee and Mayor Fuller. My name is Jacqueline Bedar. I have 1 son who attends Newton North, and I live in Newtonville. I disagree with the petitioner's statement that Newton Public Schools have shifted away from a focus on academic excellence. That said, they are entitled to their opinion. However, just like every other citizen in Newton, they need to use existing channels to register their concerns. By what authority would the petitioners appoint themselves as advisors to the school committee? They are not curriculum experts. They have not been elected. And therefore, I would urge you to reject the formation of this proposed committee. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll turn now to a few remote speakers. Up first, we have Jai. I believe I'm saying that right. There's no last name on this request. After that, we have Claudia Arnaud, and then Sharon Ben-Levy.
Hello, Idani. Yeah, this is Jay Lin. Yeah, I live in Newton Highland. I have 2 boys. One is through Newton Public School System, one of them is through Newton South. So I'm here to share some observations and concerns. And so I think 6-7 years ago, we moved from upstate to Massachusetts, because of and treat Newton South because it's academic excellence and diversity. So yeah, basically, we taught students schools in Western Lexington, and our oldest son back then, he was 15. He chose Newton South. Yeah, he liked it. So we lived in Newton. And actually, last night I chat with him. Now he finished his upgrading from Newton South and went to University of California. So we have been chatting about this. And I saw it on some social media. Parents and both my son and his friends, we do have concerns. We feel like in Newton South, since going the direction is concerning. I'm not sure whether it's right or wrong. It's concerning. So we see, as my son said, he's teachers, computer teachers. This student, one of the best computer
24 seconds.
Teachers. Okay, so it's even better than some college professors. He was forced out. He was taken away from resources, taken away, and later he was basically had to teach statistics. Then he retired. And another, his favorite teacher, Miss Cosby, chemistry teacher, he used to be a professor. That's his quality, and he was retired.
Your time is up. Thank you so much.
That's what happened in the last 2 years. So I think something happened. I don't know what happened.
Thank you very much. Up next, we have Apologies. Claudia Arnaud, followed by Sharon Ben-Levy.
Hi, my name is Claudia Arnaud, and I'm the parent of a Newton Public Schools first grader and a preschooler. I received top quality education myself, including both a PhD in history and a JD, and I am very invested in making sure our schools here in Newton are as good as they possibly can be. There are 2 points I'd like to make as to why I believe the school committee should vote no on this petition. First, from a procedural standpoint, a yes vote would interpose a very small number of unelected individuals between our elected representatives and the people who elected them. Quite apart from the petition's failure to demonstrate why we need such a committee at all, there is absolutely no reason why the group behind this petition should be able to divert a potentially vast amount of the SC's time and resources to its own agenda. That the petition demands that 5 members of any committee be drawn from signatories to the petition clearly reveals that the petition's drafters are seeking to supplant the school committee. And second, from a substantive standpoint, in my view, the petition is simply misguided. The history of the group behind the petition seems to reflect the view that diversity, equity, and inclusion and efforts that take race into account and NPS's efforts to ensure that everyone feels accepted at Newton schools somehow compromise academic excellence. In fact, there is extensive research showing just the opposite, that these sorts of efforts enhance academic excellence for everyone. Even if it were not the morally correct thing to do, to address DEI issues and ensure that all of our fellow Newton residents feel welcome and supported in the schools, this alone would be sufficient reason to vote no on this petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Sharon Ben-Levy, then Dana Getman.
Thank you for the time. I wanted to thank the administration and the teachers. We've been living in Newton for the last 21 years. I have 2 children in the Newton school system at Newton South and Brown. I think, joining the call after 2 hours of conversations, there's not a lot to add. We believe that the structure of this petition is not democratic. The election of the people to this proposed advisory committee is clearly not democratic. For us, Newton is not the garden city. It's not even the pothole city. It's the education city. And that's why we came here. We believe that the professionals elected in the school committee should focus more on the growth of the population in the city and the construction and finding the right budget rather than dealing with this petition. So we reject this petition. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Up next, we have Dana Getzman and then Tony Clark.
Hi, my name is Dana Getman, and I have a child in preschool here and one on the way. And I vehemently oppose the idea of having 5 people who are unelected make choices for our children. What they submitted was very, very broad and generic to, who's going to vote against, excellence for our kids. They don't have a plan. And we just lost a vote from money coming in the schools. And we're going to jam up what our teachers, we're trying to get these teachers in. We're going to jam up what they're trying to do and educate our children. We'll have these 5 people make decisions for us. It's just absolutely not how democracy works. I'm a product of the Newton school system. I pride myself in diversity and education and all the morals that I was raised with. And I'm appalled that we're even having to have this conversation today. And I am very happy from so many of the people that have made very clear points. And I will end it there. Mallory, my wonderful, beautiful wife, is here. Do you have anything to say? These beautiful people.
I just also.
Nope.
Yeah, sorry, we're having trouble
trouble hearing you.
I also advisory.
So we're not able to hear you. Not quite sure if you're muted or.
Oppose it, and with the fact that so many educators oppose it, we're going to listen to them, the people who have an education in this, as opposed to some people who make choices for our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, we have Tony Clark.
Hang on 1 second. What am I doing now? Unmute him. Yeah.
I want to thank the school committee for hosting this particular meeting. I just want to say I vehemently disagree with the petition. I think it's another opportunity to siphon real conversations around race and equity and access. Conversations around race are not synonymous with low achievement. I think the Newton Public Schools have an opportunity, and I think to really look at themselves and to put a mirror up against themselves. There's been a lot of folks who got on the call tonight have kind of talked about research and have looked at some of the work in which they have done as individuals. I think this is also an opportunity for this particularly proposed committee to look at municipalities and towns such as Shaker Heights and Ann Arbor, Michigan, and Pomona, California, where they've done this work and made these recommendations in the form of a white letter, in the form of editorials, and have worked in concert with school committee. I think this is totally bad, and it sets a precedent not only that's hemorrhaging education in this district, but it's also saying to the folks that we've elected, duly elected, that we don't entrust in them to follow the opportunities that we have set forth for them, such as DEI and a number of other things. So I want to thank you for allowing me time today, but I also wanted to state that this will set a really bad precedent, and I think that we have to understand the racial and cultural undercurrent that a letter like this serves us. Thank you.
Thank you. Returning to our in-person speakers, first in this group, Henry Barbaro, Toby Kumin, Irene Margolin-Katz, Dong Jian, and Cherry Chang.
My name is Henry Barbaro, and I live in Newtonville. I'm here to express my support for the formation of an academic principals advisory committee. I strongly believe that an advisory committee would help the Newton School Committee by serving as a way to simply communicate with Newton parents. From my point of view, the Newton Public Schools and the Newton School Committee have four major problems. One, the school committee has not been responsive to the concerns of parents. I know this from experience. After presenting my 3-minute speech to the committee more than a year ago about a serious matter involving Newton North, I never received a response back from the committee, and to my knowledge, nothing was done to address the situation. Two, various school officials have been proselytizing their political opinions to students, parents, and teachers. Educators are entitled to their personal political views, but there should not be political bias in our schools. Three, our schools lack what is known as ideological diversity. For example, both our high schools have a variety of liberal and progressive student clubs, but no clubs for conservatives. More specifically, both high schools have a club for Democrats, but nothing for Republicans. And four, our children have been given inaccurate information about violent and/or political events that have taken place across the country. This is unacceptable in an educational setting, and can only worsen the struggles our students are having with anxiety and depression. I'm confident that an academic advisory committee would help to resolve each one of these problems. Like it has for the town of Dedham, this advisory committee would serve as an effective liaison to improve communication between parents and the school committee. Thank you.
Hello, my name is
Please hold your applause. Sorry about that.
My name is Toby Kumin, and I am proud to be part of NPS. A few months ago, I joined with other community members to improve communication with our schools by trying to establish an academic principals advisory committee that would be, we assumed, composed of a diverse group of NPS parents from all schools, not a tiny, non-elected whatever people are saying tonight. Community members and teachers. I'm heartbroken to hear the teachers have an impression that this was a rejection of their amazing efforts. We love our teachers. Our goal has always been and remains to establish healthy collaboration between the school and the NPS community. We never stated anything in opposition to DEI, and we are not part of a national organization. Did not think I was going to have to stand up here and say this. A similar committee to what we were hoping for already exists in the Dedham Public School District, and according to their superintendent, it has served as a valuable communication channel. Every student should have the chance to succeed academically, and we must do what we can to uplift those who are struggling. We all agree our children should learn to treat each other with compassion, be inspired to pursue their curiosity, and develop critical thinking to be prepared for our difficult and complex world. The only way to stop talking past each other is to start talking to each other. The Academic Principals Advisory Committee is the kind of solution that will help us bridge differences and provide the best education and meet the needs of every single child. Thank you.
You may begin your public remarks.
Dear members of the school committee and citizens of Newton, thank you for your time this evening. Many of you know me personally through my special education advocacy work for Newton Public Schools. I'm here today to ask you to grant us this petition and establish the Academic Advisory Committee, perhaps something similar to what we currently do with CPAC for special education. I have 2 children in Newton Public Schools right now, and I'm very worried about the declining academic standards at NPS. It has been an issue that parents have been talking about for a few years now. I know I have brought it in front of you a few times. I have not gotten a response that was adequate, or my concerns have been minimized. So I really do hope that you pay attention to this, that this is a concern for the community. And I also strongly feel that education is a partnership between teachers and families. The same way as it works for special education, it should work for general education. And we're simply asking you to treat us parents as partners in our children's education. We rejected paternalism in medicine, and we need to reject it in education. I want to address another important point. I was blown away to hear how many parents and students support us, but are deathly afraid to speak out, fearing retaliation, sometimes even from teachers and their peers. They have been bullied into silence. Our group of concerned and worried parents have been vilified on social media and by some PTOs, and lies were spread about us. This is not a sign of a healthy community or a school system that works for all families. This is a 5-fire alarm that something needs to change soon, and we have to find a way to dialogue and communicate with each other on a regular basis in a productive manner. Thank you.
Please hold your applause. Up next, we will have, hold on one second, I'm getting lost in my own notes. Sana Fidel, Bruce Levin, Nalia Bolis, Bianca Ramanu Sullivan, Karen Jerome. And I'm going to include in that list 2 names from the previous group who didn't. This is your second call for Dong Jian and Cherry Chang.
Good evening. My name is Sana Fadl. I am a parent of 3 Newton Public School students in Horace Mann, FA Day, and Newton North. I am going to speak today about the conversation about the national implications of this. So this petition to form this advisory committee is driven by a group of parents, who many spoke right now, affiliated with a national right-wing organization called Foundation Against Intolerance and Racism. Newton is one of the cities here in Massachusetts that this national group is planting seeds in the guise of a parent grassroots group. So I'm nervous, I'm breathing. I became aware of FAIR through the organizers' earlier activism around the superintendent search. Back then, the website, the materials, the coffee talk that was done in private residences was all driven by FAIR, same organization. More recently, when the association with FAIR was becoming prominent, the information website was destroyed. Now there's a new website there was a link to the petition, the November letter that mentioned the pro-human language that is driven by FAIR, and now that has gone. So I would say, I submitted the formal letter to the school committee with some of the information that I'm mentioning. Happy to share it with anybody who does not believe what I say. But the FAIR's model is to create pre-fabricated materials, advocacy letters, scripts.
25 seconds.
Step-by-step instructions and model curriculum and approved books. So what I'm going to ask is the petition organizers, if the evidence is there about FAIR's involvement, why are you denying it? Thank you.
Hold your applause, please. You may begin your remarks.
Dear members of the school committee, thank you for this opportunity to speak on this petition. My name is Bruce Levin, and I have a beautifully blended household. My children are black, white, and Jewish. My wife and I purchased our first home in Newton in 2005. We selected this community for the outstanding school system and took into account the socioeconomic and racial diversity, with programs such as METCO being a major plus. Much like the rest of this country, Newton is far from perfect. While we love the commitment, dedication, and push for academic excellence, our children have had to deal with overt racism and microaggressions. We received our first call from the elementary school when our 5-year-old son was called the N-word by a classmate. Our child was 7 when a fellow student told him that his household did not like Jews or minorities. The school consistently worked with families that were involved to create a safe learning environment for all the children that were involved. Unfortunately, issues of racism continued for our son, like so many other minority students throughout his time here in the Newton Public Schools. We are thankful to the commitment of diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging that are part of Newton Public Schools' core values. In addition to the academically enriching experience my son received, he was embraced by a supportive community, specifically the Dover Legacy Scholar Program, which provided my son mentorship, encouragement, and challenged him to stretch academically. I firmly believe that this is how he has found his voice to be an agent of change for racial and social justice, which continues as his voice is even stronger at the American University as a sophomore. I am concerned that this petition would change the values that make up Newton Public Schools and eliminate programs like the Dover Legacy Scholars. We live in a democratic society, and this petition would give unprecedented power to 5 unelected individuals without a background in education.
Your time is up.
And undermine our educators. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bianca Ramon Sullivan. I'm a member of the FORJ, Families Organizing for Racial Justice at Brown Middle School. I have 2 children attending Newton Public Schools. I live in Newton Highlands. My husband and I moved to Newton a few years ago, looking to provide a better education for our boys. My son was excelling in the Brockton School District and outperformed his peers, but he wasn't being challenged, and an honors curriculum did not exist. Interim Superintendent Kathleen Smith, you're very familiar with this reality. As a working class family, we could not afford private education, and the wait lists for local charter schools were unreasonably long. As we expected, the academic rigors of Newton Public Schools were demanding, so my son struggled to excel. In addition, my son was being bullied. He had to physically defend himself from consistent racially motivated attacks. A few weeks ago, a child specifically said to my son, "We don't have to respect you, Black History Month is over." When I saw academic support for my son, I was informed that tutoring was not available because everyone in town hires private tutors. Unable to afford such an expense, I came across the Calculus Project. This diversity, equity, and inclusion program, as well as others, allowed my son to achieve true academic excellence. His grades improved, and he felt more confident completing his assignments independently. This program was a safe haven because it allowed my son the opportunity to establish friendships with students who did not judge him. He felt safe within the walls of the Calculus Project. As NPS parents, we all desire our children to achieve academic excellence. However, the reality is that there are Newton families who currently face economic disadvantages, which potentially hinders our children's education. If all NPS students are going to be measured by the same academic standard, they should be supported with positive reinforcement such as these DEI programs. Thank you.
Please hold your applause. Next speaker.
Good evening, friends, neighbors, and school committee members.
Could you step a little closer to your mic?
Sorry. Good evening, friends, neighbors, and school committee members. I am Karen Gueron. I'm the parent of 2 NPS students. We are all here to support our students and community, and I believe doing so means supporting NPS and DEI to continue the great work we do. I am very opposed to an academic advisory group. Our teachers are highly trained and experienced. This advisory group are not trained professionals whose experience is teaching our kids. We voted in elections for each school committee member, and you oversee what is already being done by our hired teachers. We are not satisfied. If we are not satisfied, then speak up and add to the conversation, but also be willing to listen to people all over the country, like Harvard and many other universities and workplaces who have been doing this diversity work for some time, and we need to continue to do this work. I grew up in a family that never spoke about racism or discrimination or even acknowledged the advantages we enjoyed over others. I decided as a parent that I would not do this. I did not learn about this with my first child, but with my second child, I learned about this group called FORGE, Families Organizing for Racial Justice. And in 2017, I was invited to the first meeting, and that is where I learned that I, too, have bias, and I did not know a lot about anti-racism and all the work that is being done.
I'm sorry, you have 15 seconds.
With our parents and teachers in the classroom. I have so much more to say, but I feel like there's just not enough time. But those kids from Franklin spoke about SEL, and that is the important work that we're doing. And thank you very much for being against this petition.
Good evening. My name is Nyla Bolas. I am a parent of 3 children educated in Newton Public Schools, 2 of whom currently attend Newton North High School. I also lead a national education nonprofit organization. I want to voice my strong opposition to the creation of an academic principals advisory committee. I have a great respect for and trust in the expertise and experience in instructional practice of our educators and administrators of our schools. We are at a pivotal point for education in our community as we are continuing to understand the impacts of the pandemic and with new leadership in our district. This is absolutely not the time to establish an unelected advisory committee with no required expertise or experience or training in education. Moreover, I do not agree with the underlying premise of the petition that NPS has shifted away from a focus on academic excellence, nor do I agree with the intent of the advisory committee to revise our system-wide goals, our mission statement, or our values. The commitment of our school district is to educate, prepare, and inspire all students to achieve their full potential as lifelong learners and thinkers and productive contributors to our global society. As a parent, that is a commitment that I deeply value. I believe that all students benefit when we work collectively to actively dismantle structures that are rooted in racism and replace them with systems and structures that lead to more equitable outcomes. All students and staff deserve to feel valued, seen, and heard. I am so proud of our district's statement of values and commitment to racial equity, and I strongly support continued efforts to create an environment where all students can thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next block of in-person speakers, by the way, we have exhausted all of the remote speakers who had previously signed up. Just want to acknowledge that. Heather Schofield, Tariq Lucas, Ryan Normandan, Jeffrey Flyer, Jen Abbott, and Dimitri Genus.
Okay, good evening. My name is Jeffrey Flyer.
I've been a resident of Newton for 45 years. I'm a physician, scientist, and educator, and was Dean of Harvard Medical School for 9 years. This petition reflects some of my concerns about the falling excellence of the Newton Public Schools and the need to address this with broader community input. I don't belong to any community groups and don't affiliate with any political party. I decided to speak tonight only after hearing from a friend and Newton resident about an email to parents from 3 first-grade teachers about a new curricular program that I found truly shocking. The email begins, quote, "As part of our social justice lessons, students have been learning about identity. We defined race, and I'll state this very clearly, as the way we look, the way we think, and the things we do," unquote. As a physician and an educator deeply opposed to racism, this definition of race is utterly false, especially when presented to first graders incapable of identifying the many flaws. I have general and specific concerns. Fairness, kindness, and honesty are appropriate topics for social justice in first grade. But social justice often is a politicized term about which reasonable people often disagree. When a politicized version of social justice becomes the curriculum, it violates the proper role of public education.
You have 30
What
seconds.
does race mean? The dominant view today is that race is a social construct. Human genetic variation is far greater within than between racial groups. Superficial features like skin color may identify racial groups, but don't determine what individuals think or do. That is the debunked view termed scientific racism. Teaching first graders that their classmates think and behave differently because they are black, Asian, or white is appropriate to Biloxi, Mississippi in 1963, not Newton,
Your
Mass.
time is up.
in
Thank you.
2023. Thank you.
My name is Ryan Normandin. I've been a teacher at Newton South High School for about 10 years, math and physics. The letter addressing the school committee begins with the sentence, "Newton Public Schools has long held teachers and students to high standards with outstanding results." Only they'd stopped there. But in the last several years, NPS has shifted away from a focus on academic excellence. These petitioners seem to believe that Newton's increased focus on DEI and on meeting the diverse needs of all of our students has come at the expense of serving its students academically. What they don't understand is that these programs have allowed us to better serve more students academically. Nonetheless, I decided to investigate. When the 15 students with whom I conduct an independent study in college-level quantum mechanics, they're literally doing my old MIT problem sets, were working yesterday on using Fourier's trick to generate an orthonormal basis in which to expand wave function solutions to the infinite square well, they didn't seem to be distracted by DEI efforts. In fact, many of them were pushing the DEI efforts as members of the South Senate. When my junior honors students used linear combinations of trigonometric functions to parameterize the path of a point on a rolling wheel, or when they used the hypergeometric distribution to model bad actors trying to change the outcome of a national election, they weren't distracted by the fact we have a calculus project. In fact, several of them are in the calculus project. When my mixed-level Da Vinci students were tasked with building a probability game, and one began to code up an AI to do the task for him, he didn't seem distracted by the fact we have all-gender restrooms. In fact, it's used by students of all genders. My students, all my students, are academically excellent. They are academically excellent enough to be able to hear the dog whistles in this petition. They're excellent enough to be able to look at data and understand that the 31% figure cited has a lot of problems with it. They're also academically excellent enough to be able to recognize that they can care about two things at the same time, academic excellence and DEI. Thank you.
Hold the applause, please. All right, next speaker.
Hi, I'm Jen Abbott, and to save 24 minutes off this meeting, I'm joined in the statement by Todd Abbott, Wendy Lowe, Sharon Jacobs, Kristen, John Kett, Allison Galbraith, Gail Harris, Debbie Dashoff, John O'Brien, Jennifer Hyde, Dave Bronstein, and Lindsay Pike. We strongly oppose the formation of an academic principals advisory committee as outlined in the petition dated January 11th, 2023. Parents and community members already have ways to share their opinions on matters related to NPS. The formation of an advisory committee would serve only to give a small, unelected, and potentially unqualified and unrepresentative group of community members an oversized voice while likely disenfranchising other voices in the community. It's our elected school committee that is tasked with this establishing educational goals and policies for the district, and community members have many opportunities to provide input to the school committee. In addition, parents have opportunities to get involved in school councils, PTOs, and as volunteers. From experience, these are all excellent ways for parents to engage with their schools, learn about the district programs and initiatives, build community with teachers and administrators, and share feedback. Parents and community members certainly have a role to play in our schools, but recommendations and decision about goals, district goals, our mission, values, and curriculum should rest with our educators, school department, and elected officials. Likewise, we reject the underlying premise that the petition that MPS has, quote, shifted away from a focus on academic excellence. We also just reject some of the signers' criticisms of NPS statements of values and commitment to racial equity. On the contrary, we applaud the efforts of NPS to counter systemic racism and create a supportive environment for students from historically marginalized communities. Excellent means something different to each student and family, but our district cannot truly be excellent without being welcoming, inclusive, and providing equity and opportunity and access for all students. Equity and excellence are not mutually exclusive. They are inextricably linked. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tariq Lucas, I am one of your Newton City Councilors, and we've heard from City Councilors Susan Albright and Mark Laredo. I have a different background from them. They went to the Newton Public Schools. I did not attend the Newton Public Schools, but I want to speak on behalf of one of the very special programs Newton has to offer. The Dover Legacy Scholar Program has come under attack from outside groups, and we've heard from previous speakers about the hallmarks of the DLS program and how it has helped their sons. And this is the exact kind of program that I would have benefited from when I was a student in high school. And if this program continues, it will further the educational advancement for other students of color. Let me be very clear, this is a very good program, and I think this program should stay. I want this body to consider the mission statement of MPS before deciding whether or not to consider the creation of an outside entity to advise the school committee. The mission statement of MPS is to educate, prepare, and inspire all students to achieve their full potential as lifelong learners, thinkers, productive members to our global society. Please remember the DLS program before you make your final decision tonight. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for letting us all talk tonight. My name is Heather Schoenfeld. I have a student at Cabot Elementary and an 8th grader at Day Middle School. I'm here to urge you to vote against this petition. I moved to Newton only 5 years ago, and part of the reason I did that was because of the education system here. And I'm really worried that having a committee like this would create a hostile environment for our teachers, an unstable environment, so potentially hostile, and that we'd actually lose really good teachers because of it. They would go to teach in other districts that don't have this kind of unstable environment. And in addition, I think recruiting new teachers to Newton is really important, and particularly recruiting teachers that are of color. And this petition would also make that incredibly difficult. In addition, I have everything to say, like everyone else has said, about how excellence and equity go hand in hand. And I really reject the notion that excellence in my kid means less excellence in someone else's kid, and that really expanding everyone's excellence is where we need to go. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next block of speakers include Emily Norton, Christina Lett, Diana Habib Linson, Evan Hoffman, and I'll pause there.
My name is Emily Norton. I'm a Ward 2 City Councilor. I urge the school committee to vote down this petition. For anyone who has critiques of the Newton schools, there are existing channels to have your voice heard. Your school council, your school committee members, your teachers, your principal, the superintendent, the mayor, the city council even. And I speak from some experience. My entree into public service was advocacy around the schools. I was disappointed we didn't have full-day kindergarten. I was disappointed my son couldn't wash his hands after going to the bathroom because the faucets at the Horace Mann school didn't work. I started going to all the school committee meetings. I even started a blog about the schools. My colleague, City Councilor Mark Laredo, who you heard from earlier, was chair of the school committee these days. If he was still here, his eyes would be rolling right now thinking about me. My point is, I and other parents were able to have our voices heard. For example, we now have full-day kindergarten. No one offered us an advisory committee. We didn't ask for an advisory committee. And think it through logically. Why should this group get an advisory committee? Maybe there are other groups of parents with different concerns and they want their own advisory committee. We are a democracy. There are existing channels to have your concerns heard. You should use them. On a separate note, I just want to add that we've heard in eloquent detail from several parents and students how important the Dover Legacy Scholars Program, and sorry, I'm getting emotional, and the Calculus Project, and programs like this are for their children. I reject categorically the implication that you can have DEI or academic excellence.
You have 30 seconds.
For many of our students, our diversity programs are necessary for them to achieve academic excellence. We have data that they are working, and if anything, we should be increasing our investments in that. Thank you.
Next speaker, please start your remarks and hold your applause, everyone.
Good evening. My name is Dahlia Habib Linson. Thank you for your service on the school committee. I'm the parent of an 11th grader at Newton South and a 7th grader at Brown Middle School. I'm speaking tonight to strongly urge the school committee to vote unanimously against the formation of the Academic Principals Advisory Committee on the following grounds. First, to approve the establishment of a group of individuals that is unelected with the stated yet vague objectives to review and advise on NPS academic mission, goals, curriculum, and teacher professional development sets a dangerous precedent for the interests of a few to wield substantial influence. With the voices of nearly 90% of Newton residents not reflected in survey results cited by the group, the petition is far from representative of the broader Newton community. And while most would agree that any educational system has potential for improvement, the processes by which change advances must remain both democratic and governed thoughtfully and transparently by a diverse range of voices, as well as verified evidence-based research. Second, we all want our children to be challenged and to succeed, an objective that is inseparable from equitable, student-centered, and culturally responsive learning that upholds the diversity of our communities and that research demonstrates is essential to ensuring student preparedness for the future. As a parent and as an educator, I stand behind Newton Public Schools, including teachers, administrators, and staff, who recognize the value of race, culture, and identity.
You have 30 seconds.
I urge you to remember that academic excellence and educational equity are not opposing values. This is a common refrain we've heard tonight. Academic excellence must not come at the expense of diversity, equity, inclusion efforts that the Newton Public School Systems has established and is recognized for as a model and that benefits our entire community. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Christina. I am a parent who's had 5 children in the Newton Public Schools over the last 16 years, 3 Newton North grads, a current senior, and a 6th grader. I stand in support of NPS educators and in support of NPS's values of equity, belonging, and excellence. I'm opposed to this proposed advisory committee. We know the originators of this petition sent a letter to the school committee in November that opened with this sentence. We are writing to request that the school committee hold an open discussion of the NPS statement of values and commitment to racial equity. That was their opening salvo, challenging commitment to racial equity. They have since shifted their talking points over to academic excellence. Just 5 days ago, they scrubbed their November racial equity letter from their website. Many people who signed this petition believe they were just signing up for better academics, not knowing anything about this particular letter. An unelected oversight panel with no expertise in curriculum development and the stipulation that 5 seats be held for original signers of the petition would be both antithetical to our values of democracy and detrimental to our school community. The Wellesley Public Schools were able to see the pitfalls of a similar reactionary push last year and wisely defeated the measure there. I hope we will have that same wisdom here in Newton tonight. Thanks.
Hi there, my name is Evan Hoffman. I live at 4 Crown Street in Auburndale. I'm a parent of two children at Burst School. I urge you to forcefully and definitively reject this petition. To be clear, I'm 100% in support of robust and continuing debates about how to best produce academic excellence, as well as how to effectively foster diversity and inclusion in our schools. But those discussions and debates should be led by our elected officials and administrators with strong and frequent input from other interested parties, including parents. Finally, and most importantly, and I say this most directly to parents in support of this petition, who come here with pure motives. Even a cursory review of the national backers of this initiative show themselves to have extreme and highly troubling views. For example, minimizing the trauma of slavery as forced immigration is not only deeply offensive, it is a grotesque attempted whitewashing of one of the deepest stains on our nation, not in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. The next block of speakers include Cindy Green, Janie Finkelstein, Andrea Downs, Karen Manning, Althafira Matros Flyer. I'm apologizing right now.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak and for all you do for our city. My name is Cindy Green and I'm at 21 Garden Road. My children don't attend the Newton Public Schools, but I was so disturbed by the proposal that I wanted to come speak. This is my first school committee meeting and I had no idea it was so happening. I am sure there is room for improvement in NPS, as there is in any educational system, but I'm equally sure that this proposal is not a way to achieve improvement and goes against the values of this community. I believe parent and student input is important, but that's not what this is about. By requiring 5 members of the proposed advisory committee to be signatories of the petition, this proposal privileges a small group of parents who are trying to push their agenda. Why should this group's voices be given more weight than other people's? I am troubled by this disregard for others. Additionally, the proposed ability to evaluate and make recommendations on an extremely wide variety of topics and documents, which, by the way, someone has to take time to compile, and the requirement that the school committee provides a written response if they don't adopt the advisory committee's recommendations is inappropriate and an incredible burden. This community has elected the school committee members. We have selected a superintendent, and we believe in the work that has been done by so many teachers and administrators. To say that the schools committee should have to respond to an advisory committee with privileged members whose qualifications are that they signed a petition shows a real lack of judgment and a disregard for the community.
You have 30 seconds.
Lastly, I will add that I'm suspicious of the intentions of this group of petitioners. I attended a coffee organized by some of them, at which they showcased the organization FAIR, which had representatives there. The fact that they extolled the virtues of FAIR gives me concern, as FAIR holds many values which directly conflict with those of NPS and with our city, and the organization has demonstrated that it works to dismantle much-needed DEI initiatives. Please vote against this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Janie Finkelstein. My husband and I are from Bogota, Colombia, and Newton residents for 30 years. We left Colombia when overtaken by drug cartels and communist guerrillas. We chose to raise our family in Newton based on this great country's ideals. I am a public school educator. I became a teacher to address opportunity gaps in math and science for students of diverse backgrounds. And as an educator, I know that district schools benefit from and must seek out input from community members with a wide range of perspectives for all students to develop their full academic potential. I support the Academic Advisory Committee to foster a healthy atmosphere of exchange of ideas. Those of us in public school education, whether hired teachers or administrators, or elected school leaders as yourselves, work in the public service of parents and the community. We have an ethical responsibility to listen and to learn from them because we serve their children and their community. We have an obligation to ensure that our expectations, practices, and impact on students are conceived in the public interest of diverse opinions and not in furtherance of our own ideologies or personal views. Everyone is entitled to their own opinion, but data has already been mentioned about the appalling decline in academics in the district. To be clear, this petition has been overly misrepresented to be against any program in the Newton Public Schools, including the Dover Legacy Program, or belonging to any national organization. This is false.
You have 30
People
seconds.
on social media and emails have been claiming the petition signatories are racist, and that is exactly why many caring and kind people were too scared to speak tonight. They were intimidated. Newton parents have legitimate questions and concerns. Attaining the alignment with an advisory committee with multiple perspectives will lay the foundation of trust and understanding needed to give Newton's children the education they deserve. Don't we all want children to reach their full academic potential?
Yeah, hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Eleftheria Morados Flyer. I will give you a very brief background. I grew up in New York City. I was educated by the New York City public school system, including the Bronx High School of Science. Bronx Science. I did not speak English until I was in first grade. My parents got off of a boat, and I credit my New York education to getting me to where I am now. I'm a physician, scientist, educator, and I actually made professor at Harvard Medical School, although now I'm emerita. I'm actually for this petition. I would like to urge people to vote for it. The data on Newton Public Schools is out there. I am a data junkie. If you look at MCAS scores, if you look at the rankings within the state of Massachusetts, we are in decline. If you look at the data for Needham, Wellesley, Lexington, it's not happening. It's happening here. We also had the longest gap of not face-to-face education, video education, than any of the other schools around here. This petition is about academics. It's not about DEI. It's not, and by the way, there is a DEI committee. I don't know how the DEI committee gets elected. Is it elected? Is it a self-appointed? There are 6 committees, including Forge, that are advised by DEI. I think an academic committee that focuses on let's get back to where we were and let's every student be all you can be, to quote the U.S. Army, would actually help with communication of concerned Newton parents with the schools. I don't have kids in school. They're grown up. They've had their professional degrees. I don't have an axe to grind. But I do live in Newton, and when I look at the data that's published by the state of Massachusetts, I think it's a real concern. Newton Public Schools may have been great when I moved here 45 years ago. That's not the case now. I'd like that trajectory to change. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Sally Brickle, but I'm reading a statement for Andrea Downs, and I think I got a text, this is not even my phone, that there might be some people waiting on Zoom also. So I'm just letting you know. Okay, so Andrea Downs says, thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts. I wish I could be with you in person today. I believe in advisory committees. I serve one, and it does help lower the temperature on conflicts. And NPS has struggled to maintain open communications with the community, but I think you're doing better. Newton Public Schools have several levels of advisory committees, from yourselves, the elected school committee, school councils, PTOs, and subcommittees. My 2 children, graduates of Newton South within the last decade, both pursuing advanced degrees, both arrived at challenging colleges and found their first year or 2 was easy for them academically. The pressure for excellence at South, however, made their already challenging teen years more challenging. For many decades, principals and others have attempted to mitigate that pressure. Those are good efforts. NPS serves children with many needs, unlike some of the magnet schools against which we are compared. I believe that what NPS needs at this point is more financial resources to continue and expand on the excellent work it does, not yet another task for teachers or staff. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Karen Manning, and I live in Newtonville, and I have a bit of a reflection. Soon, Newton North High School will be sending 3 of 13 teams to a national math modeling competition with only 2 Massachusetts schools qualifying, and BB&N will only send 1 team. Newton North High School is the only participant with multiple finalists. Does this reflect NPS excellence? It does, and that being said, what we all value most about NPS will not be uniform. A school committee shadow advisory council would not be the silver bullet ensuring control over what unfolds at NPS, and it wouldn't guarantee outcomes for what you picture for your own students, because there really isn't such a guarantee. In my humbling 20-year-long journey as a parent, I've learned that what we are able to control and cultivate is our relationships, and we can show our children genuine and unconditional support, and we can respect those who are legitimately tasked with looking after our school district. Please stop distracting them from their responsibilities. What I have observed is imperative for NPS excellence and also its equity is that funding is so critical. It's expensive to do this right, and there's no turning back. Please do whatever is necessary to ensure our schools are properly funded. And please actively support our excellent teachers, because we do risk that they will leave, and don't expect a whole new sea of applicants to come where there's a void. I encourage the school committee to please reject the measures before them. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we turn to our next block of in-person speakers, I understand that there are several folks who've been unable to connect remotely. At this time, Amanda, are we ready? Can we start with Phoebe Olava? And then I've actually
forgotten. I gave you the piece of paper with the other name.
Hello, I'm Phoebe Olheva, the mother of a student at Newton North High School. I'm here tonight to advocate the establishment of a formal academic principal advisory committee made up of Newton Public School parents, teachers, and community members to work together with Newton Public School leadership. The advisory committee is a means of ensuring that NPS is hearing and responsive to parents and community members. To be clear, the form and function of the committee is completely up to our school committee. Parents have tried to individually present concerns shared by many of Newton to administrators, school committee members, and the mayor's office. Up to this point, detailed information is rare, and each person's individual communication remains in its own silo. With broad representation of parents, teachers, and community members, the committee can meet, listen to each other, and come to a better understanding of what is in the best interest of our children's education. It should be uncontroversial that parents have the right to be informed and consulted about changes which alter the fundamental approach to what and how their kids are taught. The advisory committee will prompt two-way discussion and feedback between NPS and the community. It is our hope that the members of the school committee meet this request with an open mind and see this as an opportunity to repair a frayed relationship. Especially now with new incoming superintendent, the advisory committee can help provide Dr. Nolan with formalized access to the community so she can respond to our concerns and preferences. By offering a sanctioned forum where the community can engage in dialogue with NPS, we can help our kids develop into their best selves. A similar academic advisory committee works together with the Dedham Public Schools. Please support establishing this advisory committee for the Newton community to come together to improve the Newton Public Schools. I want to end with a quote from Natan Sharansky. The true danger is that we will stop talking with each other, stop building our consensus, stop finding places where we can say yes to one another and to the values we share.
Up next, we have Jennifer Murphy.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Jen Murphy. I have 3 kids in the Newton Public School systems, including a sophomore here at North. North is, from my personal experience, an outstanding school. Principal Turner, the staff. I can't say enough about them. Experience with Newton Public Schools has been really excellent overall. I want to, I'm going to be a little off the cuff here because a lot of what I want to say has been said. I do want to say a couple things. One is that the DEDM Advisory Committee is elected, and this committee is proposed to be unelected, and they've self-appointed 5 members. And I just want to say that I did not go by emails or what friends said. I did listen, but the website specifically, and I saw that I read the wording. Good. You know, thinking and multiculturalism and teaching history with honesty and having an inclusive learning environment. But as if Newton Public Schools doesn't already have these values. So I think one of the things that I saw on the website is that the main focus of the website, despite what you've heard, and this is what I saw on the website, is that the only thing they were concerned about was basically rewriting the MPS Statement of Values and commitment to racial equity. And the rewrite was truly a whitewashing, no pun intended. It was as bland can be. It took out everything. There was one mention of race in the whole.
Thank you very much.
So I just want to see
Thank you. Up next, we have, actually, Lisa, I'm aware of Amanda Caruso, who's, okay. Are we ready to go with Amanda?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I sent an email because you said no more remote speakers, so I thought you missed me, so I'll just read the email I sent you all. I'm a 4th generation Newton resident. I live at 67 Tolman Street, and I'm writing to, now I'm speaking to support the petition to form an academic advisory committee. I wanted to quote Paul Levy, who was 100% accurate when he said, "You've lost the confidence of the community and there's no partnership with your constituency." This is why we need this committee. This is a disenfranchised group that want their voice to be heard. They are mostly made of liberal parents, not conservatives, and it's incorrect for so many speakers to say they are affiliated with other groups, such as FAIR, because they're not. Speakers also say that the petitioners have no expertise in education. Need I remind you that many school committee members also have no expertise in education, but that doesn't mean they are not qualified. I also want to say, on a unrelated but related side note, the DEI does need work, especially in inclusivity. I have a specific skewed elementary view because my oldest is in 2nd grade. Forge has always included the entire school in their events to support all students. However, at Franklin specifically, there are several affinity groups that only allow students who identify as BIPOC to participate. For example, this year they held an event after school, after hours, to support and celebrate Hispanic heritage. Only students in the affinity groups were allowed to attend. They are segregating students by race and discouraging students to be allies. This is wrong. All students who want to support each other and enhance their social emotional learning should be welcome. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next remote speaker is Janet Sturman. After that, we'll go back to a few in-person speakers, including Karen Carroll Bennett, Catherine Dunn Rappaport, Heidi Alexander, Constantine Amartin, Tabin Malhani. So those folks can line up at the mics. Janet, you should be, well, we'll give Janet a moment.
I'm ready. Let me know.
We can hear you, Janet. Go ahead.
Great. Hi, this is Janet Sturman. I'm a 30-year resident in Newton, living at 120 Church Street, Newton Corner. and I appreciate the opportunity to speak in favor of this petition. When I learned, first of all, when I learned about the moms and dads who wanted to do this advisory committee and wanting to improve academics, I was pretty excited about it, especially in lieu of recent news that came out from a survey that was done and paid for by the Newton School Committee, which showed numbers that are not favorable to our academic achievements of late. And I was looking into something happened historically. In 1964, the superintendent of schools back then was Charlie Brown, and he published an article in the Atlantic magazine called "The Schools in Newton, Experiment in Flexibility." At that time, Newton was considered one of the top schools in the country and the model for programming and results across the country. It's a far cry from where we are today. I know that in the past 25 years, I've witnessed hours of public comment before the Newton School Committee. I've yet to see genuine back and forth exchange of parental ideas involving programs towards improving the district. The feedback.
You have 30 seconds.
All right, I just say that I think it's an opportunity to have some dialogue with the school committee and with the schools, with parents, which I have not seen from the school committee. All I hear is dead silence when parents go up, as I heard someone say earlier. And I think academic principles is a very important thing to be pursuing, and I'd love to see it come into fruition for Newton. Thanks.
Thank you. Turning to our in-person speakers, you may begin.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Karen Carroll Bennett. I'm a higher ed administrator, academic life coach, advisory member of Forge, and current board member of the Newton Schools Foundation. I stand before you this evening in opposition to the petition before you that will create a watchdog group to strip the district of DEI resources and programs. I have 3 children, all went or are going through Newton Public Schools. 2 are currently in the Calculus Project and 1 in the Dover Legacy Project. These programs provide the students with vital support, resources, identity, connectedness, and pride in oneself and their achievements. It goes beyond what they can get from the classroom alone. It allows them to understand that they can not only reach for the highest stars, but that they are truly attainable. They feel comfortable within their own skins to take risks, aim higher, and try over and over again because these groups offer them a safe place in which to do this. They are with their black and brown friends and are all moving together. The result is quite powerful. We've seen the results. The number of black and brown students who are now taking AP classes rose from 10 to 100. How wonderful for those students and everyone in the building. You see, providing these resources to black and brown students not only helps them, but their classmates as well. It creates a richer, more well-informed class when different opinions and viewpoints are shared. The entire NPS community wins. This is how we protect academic excellence at NPS. I implore the school committee to vote against the petition of this group to create a 5-person committee that has no experience and no background in education, and to rip apart all of the gains we've made collectively as a community. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening. We are Emily Schwartz, Taban Malihi, Ishan Tawari, and Mia Dror, and we are members of Newton South High School's ACLU chapter. We express our strong opposition to this petition. Although this campaign presents itself as supporting equity, the Boston Globe found that last November, the parents who signed to create the new advisory panel filed a separate letter to the district to revise its racial equity policy to erase the focus on race altogether. Multiple news sources cite this movement's goals to cut the Calculus Project, mixed-level classes, and affinity groups. It's unsurprising that a speaker today conceded that the petition does not aim to improve equity. This petition seeks to deprive rather than provide, attacking attacking the very spirit of Newton itself. These actions speak louder than their contradictory goals of, quote, celebrating students' own unique identities or, quote, teaching history with honesty. Look at the students gathered here tonight. This petition doesn't want children hearing the word anti-racism, but ignores the voices and experiences of the children themselves. This is no coincidence. The petition explicitly states on its website that their proposed committee would be composed of adults, even those not affiliated with NPS, rather than the students and teachers affected. This petition inexplicably pins the woes of the NPS on the existence of anti-racism efforts and support programs. It pits academic excellence against inclusivity when in reality the two go hand in hand. Ask any child of the NPS and we would all tell you how we tangibly witness the benefits of a school system which, while imperfect, is consistently striving to become more inclusive. We firmly believe that we all move forward when we ensure nobody is left behind. Thank you and vote against this petition.
Next speaker.
All right, well, hard to follow that, but I'll try. My name is Heidi Alexander. I'm a lawyer licensed in New York and Massachusetts. I'm a resident of West Newton, where I've resided for 9 years with my partner, 3 kids whom attend Newton Public Schools. My partner, a Harvard-trained pediatrician, grew up in Newton and attended Newton Public Schools. We chose to live in Newton and raise our kids here because of the strength of the school system and the values it upholds. I urge the school committee to reject the petition to create an academic principals advisory committee for the following reasons. First, the committee is unnecessary. We have a democratically elected school committee to represent the residents in Newton that we entrust to make certain decisions and establish goals and policies. I support their efforts as well as the district's core values and system-wide goals. Second, this petition was brought by a very small number of Newton residents, not representative of the 90,000 residents. It doesn't define qualifications of the members of the committee they request, except absurdly appoint themselves to the committee. This request blatantly ignores the democratic process of electing school committee members and authorizes a non-representative, unelected group with a specific agenda to make recommendations for the entire district that would effectively usurp the power and purpose of the school committee. Third, the website linked to this petition espouses values along with a previous request to revise the NPS Statement of Values and Commitment to Racial Equity that appear to be a veiled attempt to remove anti-racism, anti-bias, DEI, and identity-related curriculum and resources that are essential to our children's academic development and teachers' ability to provide high-quality instruction. As someone who works in the judicial system and has witnessed far too many injustices, teaching these topics at a young age, recognizing and understanding the struggles of marginalized communities and valuing multiple identities is essential to ensure equity and justice in our society. I value the opportunity to provide input to the school committee and district and appreciate the opportunities it has provided. Thank you.
Hi. Thank you for inviting public participation in this incredibly important conversation. My name is Catherine Dunn-Rappaport, and I want to use my 2 minutes to speak clearly and passionately against the proposed unelected advisory committee and to publicly thank Newton Public Schools for educating my 3 children so beautifully. And I want to be super clear about what I mean when I thank Newton Public Schools for educating my children so beautifully. I mean centering excellence in education, and I define excellence in education in a couple of ways. I think clearly about excellence in terms of imbuing my students or my children with a deep understanding of academic fundamentals and with academic rigor and excellence that has prepared them and will continue to prepare the 2 who are still in Newton Public Schools to excel in selective colleges. I am grateful for that, and I have benefited from it personally through my children. But that is not the definition of excellence in education that I think is most important for my children and for my community. That definition of excellence in education centers diversity, equity, and inclusion, and is mindful about providing educational supports so that all children can reach the capacity that they have here in Newton. I'm particularly thankful and eager to express my gratitude for the Herculean efforts that these educators have gone through to foster compassion, connection, and civic responsibility in addition to academic excellence. Educating children in this way is particularly important during the tsunami of intolerance that has affected our community over the past several years, as hatred and bullying are on the rise, and the wealth and opportunity gap that exists and is chasmic is growing. Thank you, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you. We have a few additional remote speakers. I'm going to remind remote speakers that once you are given the prompt to be promoted, that is your opportunity to speak. That's happened a few times now, and so I'm going to ask that we promote. Sorry, folks, I've lost my place. Melissa Chu and Emily Restivo. Apologies for that.
Emily first.
Hi, thank you. It's been a long night. Thank you for being here. My name is Emily Restivo, and I teach 3rd grade at Countryside Elementary School. I just want to say, as an educator, I can't say enough how proud I am of the students who have spoken so far. That's why we're here. I stand by them and by the words of my union and my colleagues wholeheartedly. I want to thank the folks who've spoken so far in favor of rejecting this petition and in favor of honoring the work of our educators and elected school board members, especially the students and former students using their voices. They're incredible. The idea of creating a curriculum advisory board of unelected, unqualified citizens frankly terrifies me. When I think of the legislation and policies we're seeing around the country banning books, words, and even teachers and students, I cringe at the thought that that could happen here too. Excellence isn't truly excellence unless it's excellence for everyone, not excellence that perpetuates white supremacy and closed-mindedness. NPS has always been focused on excellence. And I thank goodness we now finally have our diversity, equity, and inclusion department to help make sure that excellence is accessible for everyone. We've all seen the pictures of what sets equity apart from equality. Our students will achieve excellence when they can get what they need, which is not necessarily what the student next to them needs. I urge you to reject this petition and perhaps create some opportunities for our community members to learn more about how equity can be achieved in NPS and elsewhere, and in turn, how excellence for all of us is achieved. Thanks.
Up next, we have Melissa Chu. Lisa, how are we doing with?
I've asked her to, I've unmuted her twice, but.
Sorry.
Oh, there we go.
Go ahead, Melissa, you're live.
First, thank you to our teachers, staff, principals, professionals for courageously persisting during these trying and exhausting times. We are so fortunate to have you. To the students and graduates who have spoken so far, wow, thank you. As others have noted, the petition for this committee is disturbingly vague. It starts with by making unsupported assumptions and conclusions from statistically weak data. At least 5 seats would go to signatories without reason, criteria, or evidence of qualification. For all the signatories' calls for more transparency and fairness within NPS, I find the request for this committee to be anything but transparent or fair. If to approve of it, in my opinion, would be a reckless empowerment of a small minority of people, which is the same as the disempowerment of the majority of us. None of us will go through any school system with a perfect experience or feel heard all the time. Those who are systemically marginalized already know this all too well. But for some who are accustomed to privilege, even baby steps towards equity can feel like oppression, exclusion, or a political agenda. If there is a time and place to empower a small minority of constituents, which I believe there is, it should be the voices and experiences of parents whose children are being most underserved and are most underrepresented at the tables where decisions are being made. Statistics from NPS's performance outcomes and school employment data would point us to Black and Brown families and others who have always historically been underserved and marginalized by institutions of this country, the impact of which still plays out to this day and to which I think NPS is earnestly trying to change for the better. A strong case could be
27 seconds.
getting the voices and insights of these underrepresented families. However, I see no evidence that this committee would do anything to serve this valid purpose, and have concerns it would do just the opposite. Thank you for your time, consideration, and rejection of this petition.
Thank you. We do have a few additional remote speakers, but before we get to them, I'd like to invite Sharon Tacky, and then I'm so sorry, it's very late. Conchetta Doherty, and then Patrick Song.
Hello, my name is Sharon Tacky, and I'm a rising senior that has sat here for 4 hours because of the importance of this meeting. I have been in Newton Public Schools since elementary school and was part of the final graduating class in the old Cabot building. I've never seen myself as a math kid. I always preferred drawing pictures and reading novels, and singing has always been one of my passions. Being in a production like Lost and Found has allowed me to express my identity as a person of color and made me feel proud to be in this school. And while math was never my strong suit, I wasn't horrible at it, but I was never fond of it. Then in 7th grade, I joined the calculus project. While my calculus experience has been often portrayed by my classmates as boring, while they spent their summers on vacation every summer since 7th grade has been spent here factoring and solving equations with my classmates. I've seen how impactful the calculus project can be and personally observed the result of the program, not only for me, but also for my siblings. And it's not by accident. My elder brother, who is in his freshman year of college, who went through North and was able to take AP Calculus in the BC level. He's also currently pursuing Calculus 3 at the university level, which would have been impossible without the support of the program. My experience in calculus has allowed me to be an honors math student and allowed me to compete as a regional finalist in the math modeling competition. A program that creates such great opportunities should be supported as opposed to removed. Dover Legacy Scholars has been another such program that has made me feel at home, capable, and intelligent in a predominantly white environment. And I feel these programs have contributed to making me the student I am today. I fear for the future of Newton Public Schools as the suggestion of removing these programs, and I vehemently oppose this proposed petition by the school board. Thank you so much for your time.
Please hold your applause. Up next, we have a few remote speakers. Jenny Klein-Sosa, and then Darlene Tiano. You don't see that name? Okay. Jenny Klein-Sosa.
Hi, thank you. My name is Jenny Klein-Sosa. I live on Arnold Road. I have 2 children at Memorial Spalding. I'm a co-chair of the Newton CPAC, a PTO board member, a co-coordinator of the Newton Literacy Collaborative, and I organized the Distance Learning Academy Coalition during the pandemic. That said, I'm speaking right now on my personal views. I believe my children are incredibly fortunate to be educated at NPS, and I support our district's foundational principles, values, and initiatives that promote equitable access for every student to excellent academic and social-emotional learning opportunities. I respect the deep expertise of our educators and the measured and data-informed decision-making of our school committee, and I also acknowledge the large and diverse group of parents who have for years worked hard to offer feedback to NPS. I urge the school committee to vote against the petition for reasons echoing many already shared tonight. This petition intentionally excludes the very people responsible for academic curriculum selection, review, and implementation, including administrators, curriculum coordinators, specialists, coaches. School committee advises on these decisions, but NPS staff drive them. I object to the petitioner's request to stack the deck by automatically granting seats to 5 of their own, especially when the full scope of their motivations are at best unclear. The petition also specifically excludes the many parent leaders who work to bolster existing communication channels and have established new pathways for meaningful exchanges of ideas directly with NPS. Additionally, the petitioners asked to expedite the request before the arrival of our new superintendent, who was selected for her skills in bringing stakeholders together to find common ground. If healthy collaboration is truly the goal here, and we want to engage in open and honest discussions around academic excellence, then non-adversarial, true partnership is necessary. I encourage NPS's administrators to develop a comprehensive strategic plan.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go try one more remote speaker, Darlene Flores. Oh, you tripped me up with the two last names. All right, Darlene.
I skipped, so I drove here because this is super important for me. Good evening, everybody. First and foremost, I reject the proposal in this petition. My name is Dr. Darlene Flores, and I live on Charles Bank Road, Newton, Massachusetts. I am a Taino Native American Boricua woman, mother of 3 children, and longtime resident of Newton. I graduated from Newton North High School in 1994 with my now 3 children in the school system. I have read one of the values of this group, and it states, treat students with fairness, with respect for their individual dignity, which is not assign arbitrary characteristics to students based upon their perceived group identity. What is arbitrary about the color of my skin or identity, or my children's identity? I cannot wake up white tomorrow. I'm not understanding why we are trying to make this school system take steps backwards instead of moving forward and accepting all of the diversity that is now in the school system and in the city of Newton, which has not always been the case since I graduated in 1994. This sounds like more like white supremacy values than the values of Newton, Massachusetts. Let's focus on all our educators and trust in our system so that it continues to grow positively. Find the funding to achieve this growth for all of our children. Give them a chance. And this is not Dedham. This is Newton, Massachusetts. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to continue with our in-person speakers. In this group, we have Riel Montag, Valerie Pasternak, David Kay, Lauren Dale, Donna Levin.
Hi. Okay. Hi, my name is Riel Montag. I have 2 girls in MPS Elementary School, and I oppose the proposed Academic Principals Advisory Committee. I'm an active volunteer in the school community, and I believe that NPS should welcome the input and feedback of parents. However, the proposed advisory committee is misguided. They are effectively asking for a shadow committee of unelected residents to oversee the school committee and impose their beliefs on NPS values, goals, and curriculum. The question is why? They say that they're concerned about academic excellence and worried about declining academic performance in NPS. But they've pointed to de-leveled math courses, fewer opportunities for high achievers, and declining AP pass rates on social media. Yet when this group first contacted the school committee in November, it did not mention concerns with de-leveled classes and lower AP scores, nor did it speak to a decline in academic performance. Instead, it focused on NPS statement of values and commitment to racial equity, and asked that NPS embrace a colorblind approach, elevating common humanity over group identity. It seems as if this group no longer wants NPS to consider race in its equity efforts. Words matter, and so does context. We're living in a time when racial diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts are being challenged under the guise of parent rights. At its extreme, parents' rights arguments are being used to restrict what can be taught in our schools and how schools can support students from historically marginalized groups. I'm not saying that's where we are here now.
You have 30 seconds.
But the petition group has not been transparent about its connections to FAIR. Outside groups are already challenging DEI efforts in Newton schools, and we need to pay attention to any effort to challenge NPS's commitment to anti-racism and racial equity. A vocal petition supporter asked, why does promoting DEI goals mean a race to the bottom of school and achievement and rankings? This implies that DEI and academic excellence are mutually exclusive, but we know that's not true. You should reject this proposal and reaffirm your support for Newton's statement of values and commitment to racial equity. Thank you.
Thank you. In this next block of speakers, we have Ishahan Tawari, Michael Pasak, Mia Dore, Jamie Ball, Mark Zarin, Rhiannon Esposito.
Good evening, neighbors and committee members. My name is Ishan Tawari, and I'm a member of Newton South High School's ACLU chapter. I vehemently oppose this petition. I'd like to begin by reminding you how vague this organization's mission is. They claim to advance equity and promote diversity, but they don't tell you what needs to be changed. The only tangible issue that they can point to is that teachers are too political, disregarding the hours that I as a student have seen my teachers spend to ensure our lessons are of the best of quality. They also criticize a lack of conservative groups in schools, even though our club creation system is fair and impartial. In contradiction, the Boston Globe found that this group aims to attack affinity groups, safe spaces for minorities like me. While their proposed committee at first glance appears to advance equity, their website reveals that at least 5 members of the proposed advisory committee shall be signatories of this petition. The proposed committee is a tool to ensure that the original signatories of the petition, people who agree with these problematic values, gain a majority on an already unelected committee. I implore signatories of the petition to use existing democratic processes because they cannot overthrow democratic systems when they disagree with current policy. It is so frustrating that a group of people feels justified in advancing an unelected group of parents to our government while actively destroying the affinity groups which empower minorities like me. That's why I oppose this petition.
Please hold your applause. Next speaker.
Thank you. My name is Michael Pesog. I have 2 children in Newton schools. Newton schools are excellent, yet I support this initiative because I believe in pragmatism, not dogmatism. It's pragmatic to set performance metrics and check results to confirm that policies do work. It's dogmatic when we dismiss constructive objections to new ideas as white supremacy. If academic results show the decline of students' performance, let's find the culprit. My family has the following perpetual questions. How does the amount of homework compare with 5 years ago? My kids get 4 times less homework than the 10-minute guideline recommendations. Why? What percentage of students in the class get an A? How meaningful is grading if most students get an A in every class? How many hours per week is spent on social justice training and social emotional learning? And how is it compensated with additional time for science, math, and English? Does a child easily get access to class levels according to ability, and how do mixed levels in high school affect preparation for college? Some students say they end up with more work, but not more depth. How much of the history and English program is now revised according to the social ideology? We read about politicians banning books. What about schools no longer including important books in the first place? For example, To Kill a Mockingbird. Finally, do teachers ever complete anonymous surveys about their view of agendas? How does school administration get honest feedback on these policies from the employees? Thank you very much.
Committee members, I'm Mark Zarin. I'm a Newton parent. I have 2 kids currently at Newton South and 1 that graduated 2 years ago. She's transgender. I am also a 7-year mentor of the Ligerbots, so I know many Newton North and South students through that program, which is predominantly a parent and ex-parent volunteer organization with additional support from the MPS staff, and obviously support from the schools for facilities and other aspects of the program. We recently placed second in the Greater Boston competition last Sunday, which was a great achievement for the team. First time we placed that high in a while, so that was great. One of the things that I've learned about as Ligerbot's mentor is that you never know what you will find in the team. It's a no-cuts team. There's lots of kids that show up and figure out what they're going to do later in the program. And that's one of the things I'm really grateful for myself in terms of learning how to find the talent in the student. And I think that that's something that is really important to education in general. So I would encourage diversity along multiple lines based on my experience with that program. Finally, I think that the structure of this
30
committee
seconds.
is actually a tool that can be used for unkindness. And as a parent of a transgender adult now, I am scared, and that is why I am here tonight. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jamie Ball. I'm reading a statement on behalf of Diana Gomberg, who couldn't be here tonight. She was awarded for school council or school committee member from 2012 to 2019. She said, "I'm sorry I cannot attend tonight. Thank you for letting Jamie read my comments into the record. I have also emailed them to the school committee. As a former school committee member, I know that the school committee has the crucial responsibility to not only oversee school department, but also to be community representatives. As community representatives, school committee members must stay abreast of school issues, listen carefully to school committee members, community members, parents, educators, and administrators, explain current issues to the community, and give input to the administration. They have to be transparent about their values and motivations and not give preference to any particular group of parents. The proposed advisory committee is problematic to me in 4 ways. 1, they ask to give input in ways that are already the responsibility of the elected school committee, namely system-wide goals and mission statement. Number 2, they ask to give input in ways that are the responsibility of professional educators, not community representatives, namely curriculum, classroom instruction, and professional development. Number 3, they ask to have their voices elevated above other parents' voices by demanding to be appointed to this proposed committee. And number 4, their language about their goals is vague. Just as the school committee needs to be transparent and honest about their values, the petitioners need to be much more clear about what they want to change at NPS and what outside organizations they are affiliated with. Consequently, I strongly encourage the school committee to follow through on their responsibilities by unanimously rejecting this petition tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa, let's try to pull up a remote speaker, Josh Goldstein. While that's happening, let's cycle through a few more. Let's see, I've lost my place. 23.
You can tell Josh to go.
You don't see Josh?
No, tell him to go. Go ahead.
Oh, Josh.
Oh, hi, my name is Josh Goldstein. I'm a co-chair of the Newton Special Education Parent Advisory Council, and I'm speaking on behalf of our board tonight. We appreciate the range of perspectives held by members of our diverse CPAC and Newton communities, and believe our communities are strongest when everyone feels heard. We're concerned, however, the proposed advisory group would not include administrators or subject matter experts, among others, and we're skeptical that any unelected group of parents can meaningfully represent the diverse viewpoints and perspectives in our community. We also want to express our support for the long overdue work NPS is doing to address disparities among students who are members of marginalized communities and their peers. Newton should be a place where any child, regardless of race, ethnicity, disability, neurology, religion, socioeconomic status, sexual orientation, or gender identity, receives an excellent education, and even more importantly, where every child feels they belong in this community as the most authentic version of themselves. Historically, that has not been true for members of marginalized groups. Spaces, curricula, and social norms created by and inevitably for those in the majority often don't work well for those in the minority. And we know, based on MCAS scores, YRBS and SEL surveys, and a host of other data, that that awful reality remains true in Newton today. In last year's YRBS data, for example, Black students and students with disabilities were significantly less likely to report feeling happy at school or being treated fairly by teachers. We applaud NPS's commitment to becoming an anti-racist community and urge NPS to work to become anti-ableist as well, and to fully embrace a universal design approach. Students who feel they belong in school do better in school and create a richer learning environment for all. And students who leave NPS with an appreciation for the strength of our collective diversity, the ways our identities shape us and our environments, and the ways society often treats those with different identities differently, will be best positioned to navigate and excel in the world outside of NPS. Thank you.
Thank you. Next block of in-person speakers include Ellie Axe, Andreas Greenstrup, Dimitri Genis, Malik Geshem, so apologize, Asia Ray, Bongani Manzolu, And you will definitely have to repeat your names for the record.
Hello, my name's Ellie Axe. I live at 1615 Center Street. I'm a parent of 2 elementary age children. I'm a racial equity educator. I'm a Newton resident, and I'm dumbfounded by this proposal before you tonight. Implicit in this petition are underlying assumptions that deserve our close scrutiny and have been well articulated by the 96 people who've spoken before me tonight. I trust you that you will exercise your responsibility as our elected school committee members and will make a swift and unanimous vote to vote this down. Doing so will send a clear message to our neighbors that this district already has the leadership, the vision, the direction, and together we're already on a path towards excellence and equity. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Andrea Steenstrup. I live at 21 Kimball Terrace, and I'm here tonight to stand up for Newton Public Schools. I have 4 children who have attended Newton Public Schools, a junior at North, and 3 graduates who have all gone to their first choice colleges. I'm a strong believer in public education and am aligned with the values of Newton Public Schools. The values that place importance on giving the opportunity to achieve excellence to every student, knowing that every student has different needs that need to be met. I believe Newton Public Schools are excellent. It is clear that the system and the schools are always looking at how to make themselves even better. Through the 16 years that my family has been part of Newton Public Schools, I have seen many important changes. I have seen a greater emphasis placed on mental health and social and emotional learning. I have seen so much improvement in the ease with which a student can change levels in a subject, most notably in math. And this is one of the clear advantages of the multi-level classrooms. I have seen how Newton Public Schools attracts and retains excellent and caring educators. I have seen how many opportunities there are for students to find their place at our school, no matter who they are and how they identify. I have seen how Newton Public Schools are excellent, and I fully support their values. I also value our current processes, our citizen-elected school committee, a very competent staff, how we follow the state framework for school improvement plans and school councils, and our tireless parent-teacher organizations.
You have 30 seconds.
I firmly reject the idea of granting a self-appointed group of petitioners any authority over what we have in place. I respectfully ask that the school committee reject this petition. Thank you. Hopefully unanimously.
Hello, my name is Asia Ray, and as a parent of Newton students, my objective truth is more informed than the experience of the teachers and students who work in the schools every day, which is why I am arguing in favor of a task force to make Newton schools great again as the next logical step after defunding NPS in our recent override election. School was not the place to foster open discussion about society or how marginalization affects students' academic performance. Parents who can keep quiet about injustice should have the authority to funnel school resources into individuals who have bootstrapped their way into the college track through hard work, generational wealth, and the favoritism of teachers who share their cultural and social affinities. So task forces like this should drain the time and energy of people who choose to be working poor, single parents, the cripples, the gays, the transes, and the people who choose to be colored. Because the goal of this task force is to prevent groupthink, that is, to ban affinity spaces where students who don't like being targets of racism, anti-Semitism, and other imaginary bigotry come together for support without people like me butting in to tell them to just avoid the bathrooms with the swastikas. In addition to affinity groups, curriculum informed by people with lived experience and rigorous academic training open our innocent, vulnerable children into learning American history and how the policies of our ancestors have impacted the divisions I am fine with today. This makes me uncomfortable. Despite how I look, I have many friends who choose to identify as white, wealthy, and non-disabled. Even though I didn't consult them, as a humanist, it's fair for me to speak for them and for all people. As parents, comfort should take priority over how welcome any child feels at school. If a student chooses to identify as Asian, they can do that at home. They don't need to bring that perversity to school and should be tolerant of glaring omissions about voting rights, westward expansion, and how this xenophobia informs the political legislation of today. In closing, we should create this task force, ban uncomfortable history, stop letting weirdos share their experiences, and prevent free speech unless I agree to what's being said. Intolerance, bigotry, and racism have no place in our school.
Thank you very much. Please hold your applause. Next speaker.
Good evening, neighbors. My name is Bongani Mgomezulu, and I deserve 5 more seconds just to spell out my name. I'm a parent of 2 Newton School children, and I wrote this beautiful speech to speak today, but I believe Simon Frankel, and I'm coaching him in soccer, spoke for me more eloquently. Really, what this conversation is about listening to our neighbors. So I apologize to my wife. I have to rip the speech into pieces because I'm not going to follow it. So I'm going to speak from the heart a little bit. First, I want to empathize with the folks that submitted this petition. All care about our children. You do, I do, we all do. And the way we do it in a democracy is we vote. These are our community speakers. They didn't make themselves sit there. We put them there. So if you are unhappy about how our schools are and where they're headed, vote them out. Okay? This is how democracy works. So I'm just dumbfounded by this idea that we need to create another community to represent community. We already voted them. We don't need to do it again. And if we need to change direction, we can remove them. You and I. We talk to each other, we campaign, and we remove them.
You have 30 seconds.
Lastly, in my 30 seconds, before I spell out my name. Yes, we should work on trends that are going bad. But one that I know has been with us for a long time is the different achievement gaps between income, color, language, and race. We should continue to work on those issues and not stop. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Folks, I think at this point we are past the 9:30 kind of idealistic time that I was hoping that we would reach through most of our public speakers. I'm happy to say that we've recognized a lot of our public speakers. And I think at this point, it's appropriate for the school committee to say thank you and to close the remainder of the hearing for additional speakers. If you have a comment that you would like the committee to review at some later date, please feel free to submit that to us. I think at this point we will move through our deliberation process, which is to consider the petition that's in front of us. And again, each school committee member will be allowed to digest and reflect on what they've heard, share their thoughts and opinions with you, and then we will take up the vote. We will either vote to accept the petition, vote to reject the petition, or vote to take no action on the petition. And we will start with our school committee member from Ward 1. I'm sorry, hold on one second. I forgot to acknowledge that we have a number of administrators in the room who, God bless you, you've given up a chunk of your time to hear this important hearing when you're right in the midst of preparing a very needed budget for our district. That includes our interim superintendent, Kathy Smith. So I'm going to pause here to acknowledge our administrators and our principals in the room. I see you back in the room. Thank you for being here. But absolutely. But if anyone has a rather important presentation in the morning and would like to adjourn, this might be a good opportunity to. Otherwise, Rajiv.
Thank you. I'm going to try and keep this brief, as Tamika had asked us to. I want to actually start out by geeking out on data for just 30 seconds. Please humor me. Because what I've heard here and what I've heard for the last many months regarding the HYA survey is a potentially willful misinterpretation of data, or potentially just selecting data elements that back up what people want to show. I haven't said anything earlier because I didn't want to defend what is in many ways a flawed survey. But what I've realized is many people who speak about the 31%, people trained in data science, people trained in marketing, who should know better, are essentially misrepresenting what the survey actually shows. For anyone interested in this geeking out, the survey results are a top 2 result, which means 31% of parents who responded, for whatever reason, believe that Newton Public Schools are moving in the right direction. This does not mean that 69% think it is not moving in the right direction, because anyone who has actually worked on a survey or done data analysis understands that the middle group, which is the, hey, things are fine or I'm neutral, is not considered. The exact same survey says that 62% of parents who responded are either very happy or extremely happy with the education that NPS provides, but somehow we never hear that statistic ever being raised. So if anyone wants to dig into that survey, flawed as it is, have at it. Let's figure out actual data, actual implications, and then have a discussion. Because anyone throwing out a 31% number or claiming that 69% of people are unhappy does not know what they're talking about. Look at it. So I'm going to stop there in terms of the survey results. Next. Next, I want to welcome the hardworking lacrosse team. Okay. So next, I want to get to the actual petition. I think enough has been said about how it is trying to create a school committee light, self-appointed, how the actual role that the petition is asking for goes well beyond what's offered to the CPAC and LPAC, which are actually statutory organizations. Let's talk about what this is about. I've actually spoken with the original petitioners. In our discussion, the only point raised was around their unhappiness with the NPS statement of values and commitment to racial diversity. Not once was academic excellence ever brought up. Academic excellence is being used as a Trojan horse for what this group is trying to do. They started out as the pro-human group. They have since been rebranded at least a couple of times. This is not a petition about academic excellence. This is a petition about changing the NPS ethos and forcing a change through a small group of unelected people who may or may not have national support, but regardless are trying to push this change through in an unelected and undemocratic way. Parents who want to get involved with Newton Public Schools can talk to their teachers, their principals, the superintendent, the school committee. We've had incredible engagement when it comes to selecting the new superintendent. We currently have incredible engagement when it comes to evaluating reading curricula. These things happen in Newton. That is not what this petition is for. So I am vehemently voting against it. Thank you.
Please hold your applause even through the school committee's deliberation process. Ward 2, Chris?
Thank you, Tamika. So I guess I'm going to start by saying I believe the task in front of us is to vote on the petition, this piece of paper that's in front of us. And, you know, I guess that maybe is in contrast a little bit to what Rajiv was just saying. You know, I guess I'll start by saying I'm not opposed to the concept that there could be a parent, teacher, administrator working group that, you know, narrowly focused on something like curriculum, particularly since that's not directly under our purview. And, you know, that would promote transparency there. That might not be a terrible idea. There's potentially some good that can come of that. I don't believe the petition that's in front of us is that, however. And so the reason I don't think this makes sense, or the reasons, I mean, I think everyone discussed these, you know, there's really no impediment to groups providing us recommendations, and functionally this just says we have to vote on them and provide a written response, and that's the real functional outcome of this. You know, the mandate is effectively unlimited. And, you know, I mean, the petition specifically states our system-wide goals, and I'd note that our system-wide goals were passed by a vote of 5-4 this past year. That there was a pretty robust debate, and, you know, there was. I don't think you can look at this committee and say it's a group of 9 people who are just rubber stamping whatever the administration puts in front of us, and I think the administration would probably agree with that. You know, the demand of the signatories being a member of the group was a bit of a non-starter, and you know, when I think about the fact that Dr. Nolan is going to be joining us as a new superintendent in a mere couple months. And she spoke extensively during the interview process about family and community engagement and communication. And, you know, she talked about concepts such as a family engagement center. All those things, I mean, there's a lot that we can improve, and to front run her joining us, I don't think would make any sense. So, look, I mean, the petition itself was kind of a non-starter, but obviously this has evolved into something far beyond the petition. So I want to talk a little bit about why I think we're here, and talk a little bit about the community response here. So I think I get it a little bit, why this group felt the need to go forward and collect these signatures and hold this public hearing. And, you know, you'd have to be out of your mind to put yourself through that if you really felt people were listening to you. The last time the school committee had one of these public hearings for a petition that was under this section of the city charter, I submitted that petition. And I did along with hundreds of other MPS families, and we felt we weren't being listened to. And that was in an effort to restore kids to in-person learning during the pandemic. And the petition we submitted was to have a medical advisory committee made up of physicians who would address the issues that, you know, were being addressed by people who weren't scientists and you know, really didn't have the wherewithal to make the decisions they were making, in our opinion. So I get it. You know, I'll disagree with Rajiv a little bit as well on, you know, something like the survey. As unscientific as it may be, yeah, there was an expression of dissatisfaction in there. I don't think we can deny that. I've said that publicly in our meetings before. And I don't think we should be dismissive of it. You know, I think that's the reason we're here. That, you know, we sometimes do have a tendency of being dismissive of folks whose opinions don't necessarily agree with our own. So I really think we have to ask ourselves why we're here, and are we listening to the voices that we don't agree with. In terms of, you know, what's transpired here tonight, and, you know, I have to say I'm relieved. I didn't know what we were going to be walking into here, and, you know, I wasn't expecting a Loudoun County fist fight to break out. But at the same time, you know, I think being in the same room has produced a far greater level of civil discourse than being in the same chat room in Facebook. And I don't know, maybe it's just another, you know, another data point that social media is the end of society. I'm not sure. But, you know, there was a lot of illiberal views expressed in the lead up to this. And there was a lot of assumptions about motives, and, you know, it seemed to me there was a lot of people unwilling to listen. And to go back to my experience when I submitted one of these petitions, and again, it was a controversial issue at the time of, you know, kids being in school or not being in school. And there were plenty of folks who characterized me and the parents I worked with as acting out of some political ideology or self-interest. And I think there was plenty of people who, you know, might have suggested we secretly had closets full of bright red MAGA hats, which I don't, by the way. It didn't feel great. And there was a lot of attacking individuals as opposed to engaging with ideas. And I think we heard a lot of that coming into here tonight. And I'm really pleased that, you know, the conversation here, I wasn't expecting that there was ever going to be the word discussion or conversation used in what happened tonight. And I'm really pleased that it was almost entirely civil. So, you know, I think, as a lot of speakers said, we do need to learn to listen to each other a little better, and that goes for the 9 people sitting up at this table. And I think we have to recognize that, you know, nothing is above questioning. And if we assume that these folks really had a, you know, this wasn't about academic excellence, and it was about DEI, and that's it. And I recognize some of the folks who are involved in the petition have publicly made statements about DEI, and they're not happy with our approach to it. That's fine. They can have that opinion. You don't have to agree with them. But questioning whether our methods are effective or whether our methods achieve their goals, it's a fair question. And, you know, it's always fair to provide a suggestion of a different path. Again, you don't have to agree with it. But, you know, I don't think we need to vilify people. So, you know, I think, look, the takeaway from me in all of this is really that, you know, we need to practice what we preach and be open to the ideas of others, particularly those ideas we disagree with. And we need to engage with each other respectfully. I'm happy that happened tonight. But, I mean, I don't, the petition itself was kind of DOA, in my opinion. So I'll be voting to not approve it.
Thank you, Chris. Go ahead, Ping.
Good evening. My 2 colleagues very eloquent, even though they do not share full views eye to eye, which is healthy, by the way. I'm glad to hear different perspective. I try to be a little bit more formal. When I ran for the school committee 6 years ago, I put my campaign slogan on my website, postcards, and lawn signs, if anyone remembers, working together for educational excellence. I probably was the only one did that. Newton has been well known for its high quality of education for past half century, if not even longer. I'm not historian, so I cannot say for that, but I know the reputation's been long existed. But educational excellence was never believed to be an objective for all students then. It was often said that some students were just not cut for schools. The educational landscape and environment have changed, and changed a lot. In the school year of 2023, according to Department of Education's official profile, MPS students population had 5% black students, 10% Hispanic students, 21% Asian students, 56% white students, and 8% multi-race students. There were also 30% students whose first language is not English, 13% low-income students, and 19% students with disabilities. While we are still pursuing educational excellence as a hallmark for our schools, educational excellence as a goal has been deeply and broadly defined or redefined. Educational excellence should be an objective for every student. And according to our Newton School system-wide goals, MPS strives for academic excellence, educational equity, and social and emotional well-being. 3 pillars for our Newton Public Schools. For the past 3 years, the COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated and exposed the challenges many of our vulnerable students have experienced. As a result, schools have been rightly more attentive to the educational equity and social and emotional well-beings for our needy students. Now, with the pandemic increasingly behind us, with our schools returning to normal, and with our new superintendent soon to be on board with us this fall, I'm confident that our MPS leadership and stakeholders are getting ready for a new chapter of our Newton educational landscape. Against this background, I welcome, anticipate, and even embrace tonight's hearings. And I would like to call it Community Educational Dialogue. And I'm very happy that we all acknowledge tonight's dialogue was very cordial and thoughtful, even though there might be a few instances of a little bit strong languages. I would like to personally thank all those community members, teachers, students, and everybody who have made great efforts to write or to speak to our school committee and to the public tonight with their related stories, experiences, and perspectives. Regardless of whether these views are personal, professional, or even ideological, to me, they are all educational. And I really, really appreciate their perspective. Whether I agree or disagree, I like to hear different opinions because they make us more thoughtful and more wise and more educational. And to me, as a lifelong educator, I deeply appreciate all these ideas. So let's work together for educational excellence for all our students. And to summarize, I agree that I will reject this petition fully. Thank you.
Thanks, An Ping. Turning now to Emily Prenner, Ward 5. I don't know why I said that. I didn't for anyone else. Emily.
Totally fine. I am Emily Prenner, and I am from Ward 5, so it's not a problem. Thank you. I would like to say thank you also to my colleagues for their thought. try that again. Take two. I'd like to thank my colleagues for their thoughtful comments. Is it a range thing? I can move. I don't mind.
Test.
Is this better? Can you hear me now? God, I feel like the commercial guy. And I get to stand up. Woohoo! Okay, I'm gonna make this short. Again, thank you to my colleagues who have come before with your thoughtful comments. I really appreciate them. I'm just gonna say outright, I strongly oppose the creation of the proposed Academic Principals Advisory Committee. I'm going to echo a lot of the things that Rajiv said. So first, no parent advocacy group should have the proposed direct access to the entire school committee. The structure of the petition would also mean the school committee would be accountable to this small subset of parent advocates. And the school committee is accountable to all our constituents, both parents and community members alike. And that no single advocacy group should have this special access the group is proposing. And I believe this is true for any parent advocacy group, no matter what they stand for. And I would also, a little shout out to Counselor Norton in really explaining quite clearly and directly, having been a parent advocate pretty much at the same time you were too, all the various ways that parents can give feedback and become involved. So I appreciate that as well. Second, I'm just going to say flat out, I believe in our diversity, equity, and inclusion work. It is a critical component of having both academic excellence and equity. And on PING, I will also add social emotional learning as well, because I think that's also part of the three-legged stool. We cannot have academic excellence for all students without ensuring that every student feels like an integral part of an inclusive and equitable learning environment. Third, irregardless of this petition, community engagement is an integral part of the relationship between NPS and the parent guardians and the general community. And I think that tonight was an excellent example of ways that we can have different views and be cordial and hear and listen and talk to each other. And also, I think it was definitely educational, I'll speak for me, to hear the vast feedback that we did get from the community. So I look forward to hearing about the various communication strategies that our incoming superintendent, Dr. Anna Nolan, has successfully employed in Natick, and their potential implementation here in Newton. And so again, I am voting no on the petition. So you may have to get up and walk also.
Oh, I'm happy to get up to it.
I was going to say.
Go ahead, Paul. It's not working.
Thank you, Tamika. I'm Paul Levy, representing, elected from Ward 6, but representing the whole city, as we all do. I want to thank everybody for coming tonight. I want to concur with what's been said about the conduct of this meeting, which I found exemplary, helpful, educational, and a terrific experience. When we began our search for a new superintendent, we conducted one of the most extensive community outreach processes in recent history, including a survey, multiple focus groups open to all in the community. Our school committee leaders rightly insisted that we codify the results of that outreach into a desired leadership profile for the new superintendent. Finding substantial differences of opinion on these matters, a key element of the profile was to find a new leader, quote, who can help the community reach a broadly shared and clearly articulated commitment toward both equity and excellence for Newton, end quote. Well, we found that person in Dr. Anna Nolan, who takes over the reins in just a few months. She has asked us not to approve this petition, but rather to give her the time to construct her own approach to these complicated issues. She has made absolutely clear that, to use her words, she will be aggressive in incorporating community voices during that process. We know that Dr. Nolan views equity and academic excellence as part of the same strategy, and that a great school district can and must have the highest standards for academic excellence together with the highest standards for equity. Dr. Nolan is a sincere, able, and experienced person, and I believe we should respect her wishes and follow her lead on these matters. So I, too, will vote to reject the petition. As we've heard, though, tonight, the petition is before us because well-intentioned neighbors in our community have felt unheard and marginalized for the past few years by the Newton Public School Administration and indeed by this committee when they've tried to raise legitimate questions about the direction of the public schools. I sympathize with those feelings. We have not, for example, among other things, held forums such as this, in which we could openly and rigorously conduct discussions around these matters. And at the local level, I will tell you, having heard both from teachers and parents, they've come to me saying that when they've raised issues concerning the pursuit of excellence in our classrooms, they feel shunted aside by people in administrative positions. These are feelings that people, teachers and parents have said to me. That's not healthy for a public school system like ours. And I, for one, am counting on Dr. Nolan to help us through that. And I, for one, am very confident she will. I do want to pick up on something else that Chris said. I'd say that to those in these rooms and beyond. And
we are playing musical mics at this point. Kathy Shields.
I think I'm going to take the opportunity to stand up because it's been a long evening of sitting. I want to thank my colleagues for their comments. I agree with much of what they have said. I think what comes back to me time and again when I think about what is best for our school system is what I hear from our students. And I think all of the students who spoke tonight convince me that NPS is doing things the right way. If we weren't educating our students well, they wouldn't be capable of doing what they did tonight, which is speaking eloquently and articulately and passionately about things they believe in. Now, is NPS perfect? Of course it's not. Are there things we could do better? Of course there are. And every single one of us here, whether we support this petition or oppose it, cares about academic excellence. We know that. We all need to give each other that grace. We all care about the success of our students, but what we really need to make sure we're doing is advancing the opportunities for all of our students, not just our own personal students that we take home and we mentor and we nurture, but the students who look different from our own, who believe different from our own, who face obstacles that our students may not face. Look, I have white kids. They're never going to know what it's really like not to be white because they don't feel those things every day. But they need to be educated to empathize and to understand and to appreciate and to tolerate and to include, and understanding where we've been is a piece of that. Understanding how you serve as an ally is a piece of that. And it doesn't go away by not doing the DEI work. We need to do that. Returning to our petition, I have both procedural and substantive issues with the petition. We are your elected officials. You don't have to agree with us. Many of you have written to me over the last couple of years, the last 6 years that I've been doing this, and have been very frank when you disagree with what I've done, what my colleagues have done, and that's how this works. I listen to all of you. I think about what all of you say to me. It's my job as a member of this body to decide whether, because you have asked for something, it's something I agree with doing. It's something I think is right for this group to do, for NPS to do. And at the end of the day, I may or may not agree with you. But I listen to all of you, and listening is not the same as agreeing. We each have our own responsibility as elected officials. That's what we do, to use our best judgment. We've told you when we ran for office how we apply our judgment, what principles we use to govern how we make decisions, and you as voters decide whether that's someone you want to represent you or not. And that is absolutely your right, but that's why we're here. In my view, this petition seeks to usurp the authority of this elected body over documents that are squarely within our responsibilities, like the system-wide goals, like our statement of values, and it seeks to elevate procedurally voices of unelected members for things that are really the school committee's responsibility. I also have substantive concerns with the petition and where it goes in terms of trying to get rid of our DEI programs. I think my colleagues have addressed some of those things. I don't think I need to say them again. I do think as we welcome our new superintendent, one of the things I liked most about her was her activism in reaching out to community members. We need to keep talking to each other. I have every confidence that she will help us do that and do it well. And I hope that you all continue to participate in that process. Part of it is listening to the information that the administration provides, the information with actual facts about what we're actually doing, rather than believing what may circulate on social media. So part of that is educating yourselves about what really happens in NPS. Because I know, like now I have a kid at Newton North, but until I had a kid at Newton North this year, I didn't necessarily understand what went on at the high school all the time. So I would have to find ways to educate myself about that. And so I think when you have students at one level, you might hear what one or two people say about what happens at a different level. That's useful information, but learn more before you form an opinion about what happens when you don't really know the facts. So I think that's it.
Well put. Thank you, Kathy. Up next, Cove.
Hi, I wanted to say thank you first for everyone being here. I think that I always have the tough job of going near the end. I don't know if I'm going last tonight, and people have already said the things that I thought I would say. So I'm going to try to not say I agree with much of what everyone else has said. I want to say thank you for the people who spoke today, because one of the things that came out of this for me was the positive things. You probably don't know, but we don't really get a lot of positive emails on the school committee. And so to hear you know, students' experiences, teachers' experiences, what kids are doing in the math class that I did not understand, and other things really left me feeling more positively. And the thing that I think, so the couple of things that I wanted to point out in my experience about the petition and about how I think change gets done in places. First of all, I think that lots of these Newton parents are a lesson in how you make change happen. And the way you do it is you work very hard and you're very tenacious and you connect with the right people. So for me, one of my biggest problems with the petition was that it excluded all NPS administrators from that petition. You may not like the administrators we have, you may not agree with them, but they are the people that can get this work done. It's easy, we could have a commission of parents right now who said our class size should be 10 students, but we would not be able to make that happen. We need administrators. We need to nurture our administrators. You may or may not know, but it's hard to find good administrators. And we need to listen to them, and we need to respect their opinion. And if you really want change to happen, you have to also engage with all different members of the community. And that kind of brings me to my next thing. As an educator, I think is really hard as a parent to realize that you are not an educator. You have several data points. You have your own data points. You have your children's data points, but you don't know everything that goes on in a school. And I find myself, as an educator and a parent, that my opinions about how things go change. I've been in schools for 25 years, and guess what? We don't teach the same way that we did 25 years ago. And I work now with teachers, and I'm learning from them things that we can do differently, things that can do better. But there's not easy answers to these questions. And I think about these things all the time. It's not easy. It's easy to have a talking point that you want more of this and less of this. But what are those trade-offs? You have to dig deep into it and figure out. If these things were easy, we would have solved them. So I think that continuing the conversation, and that is one of the things that I found inspirational tonight, is to have this and to hear from people and to engage with the community. And the last thing I'll say is that we do listen to the community. You know, I was actually traveling last week, and I read all 158 emails this morning that I had received. We do listen. Are we always able to do what you want? Are we always able, I mean, in this case, I have not been able to respond to people because there's a lot at one time. But we are listening, and we are thinking about it, and we are trying to figure out how that change, how that message plays into what we're doing. So I also disagree with the petition for those reasons, and I will pass it on to.
Thank you, Cove. Just so I can say thank you, Cove. Mayor Fuller.
So there's a lot to unpack tonight, and first of all, to those of you who are still here, you're amazing. Seriously, I think maybe there's 100 people still in the room. I'm still a little bit in recovery mode from March 14th, just so you know. There's a whole lot of us who have were burning the midnight oil for months before that, and rolled up my sleeves on Wednesday morning on the 15th, and with Kathy Smith and Liam Hurley and so many others, we've been flat out since then. So oddly enough, tonight was helpful to restore some of my confidence in our community. Others tonight have said this. We have very passionate and engaged residents here. We heard from amazing teachers, from alumni, from grandparents, certainly the kids. Sorry, Tamika, I know I wasn't supposed to applaud, but I applauded the 4th grade Franklin kids. What can I say? And the troubling thing is, yes, I do want to lift up that we all care deeply. We all care about academic excellence. But there actually were different values espoused tonight, and I want to firmly lift up the ones I care deeply about. The older I get and the longer I am mayor, the more I consistently see the pervasiveness of injustice in the daily lives of people here in Newton. One speaker tonight, who was it? Catherine called it a tsunami. It's constant, it's pervasive, and I actually see hate a lot in the world around us. And we clearly are not yet a city or a community or a world that is colorblind in any respect. And we can see it in the data that we look at, the Youth Risk Behavior Survey. Do I have those words in the right order? In our MCAS results, in our AP results, the gaps in achievement based on race, ethnicity, income, first language, you name it, are deep and abiding and deeply worrisome to me. I'm so darn grateful to the network of parents who years ago created Forge, to the educators in the Newton Public Schools who years ago have started us on a journey of being leaders in equity and DEI and changing our curriculum and pedagogy, to people like Kathy Lopes, who daily are helping all of us learn and do better and improve. And I want to call it out. Every time I learn more about programs like the Calculus Project or the Dover Legacy Scholars, they're incredible and are changing people's lives. They're making the world better. They're making our kids better. This was said by a whole bunch of people. I heard Jane France say it, I heard David Bedar say it, I heard Reverend Crowley say it, I heard Lauren and Ann and others say it. We have to provide all our students with academic excellence. But that means fostering educational equity and social and emotional well-being. Emily said it just a second ago. It's a three-legged stool. You have one shorter than the other, and it knocks right over. That is our job. It is built into our mission. Those are our values. We have to recommit over and over again and stand up for this. So July 1st, Dr. Anna Nolan begins her job, and I'm not sure how many of you realize that she stood in the back over there for hours tonight. She finally left about an hour ago. And the reason she was here is she wanted to hear directly from our community. She believes in listening. She's one of those people, 2 ears, 1 mouth kind of gals. I like those. She wanted to hear it directly from our community. We saw the best of democracy tonight because, you know what? The petition came in because of our democratic institutions. We have this 50 citizen petition thingamajigger, and it's great that a group felt strongly enough and took advantage of it and brought it forward. That said, I disagree completely with almost every element of the petition. I hear one part of the message about academic excellence. Yep, we want that for all our students. But I heard, perceived, read, felt a lot of different things in there. Yes, the narrow part of the petition made me very uncomfortable. An unelected, unrepresentative group getting an outsized, privileged voice in how we do our work feels very uncomfortable to me. But the philosophic underpinnings of it made me even more uncomfortable. I'm a definite no on the petition, but let me close just by saying I do a lot of jobs as a mayor, you know, think a lot about public safety and getting our roads paved and bolstering arts and culture, and during the pandemic thinking literally about our health and our lives. But the thing that we do that is most important in this city is educating our children. To the teachers who are still here, to the educators, to the administrators, thank you for giving up yet another night for this community. I believe what you do is critically important. I believe in our mission and our values. And I value, let me close just by saying, equity and excellence in social and emotional well-being. Thank you.
Please hold your applause. Just a little bit of humor there. I can see you're tired. I can see reading the faces of the folks who are in my proximate view right now. You're tired. I'm tired. I can see my colleagues are tired. I can see Lisa Mazzola and her wonderful daughter are tired. I can see that Kathy Smith, Aisha Farag, there's a few more NPS. Mark Chitty, I see you. I can see, oh, and Maura Morse, I can't see you, but, oh, Orla. Oh, I do see Orla. I see you are all very tired. And I think I share some of that fatigue. I share that fatigue not just because we're nigh deep in a meeting, a public hearing that's gone on for hours, but my fatigue is a little different. My fatigue is the fatigue of a person who is of color, who has children who are of color, who is dismayed that in a district that I moved to, because it's so excellent, because it will see my children who are of color, and it will value them and nurture them and be kind to them and encourage their peers, their teachers, everyone they encounter to value and respect and cherish them for who they are. I'm fatigued because we're still here at a place where some of us don't intrinsically value that thing that I need, that we heard our students tonight articulate that they need. Our petitioners tonight, and I've spoken with them, a few of the leaders of this petition, several times for some of them, once or only by email or communication others. I think there's a real difference between being willing to listen and meeting with someone. I meet with so many people. I will have coffee with them. I'll have Zoom meetings with them. I'll have phone calls. I'll take walks. I love walks about the neighborhood. I will listen, and I think we all do in various ways. But there's a real difference between listening and exchanging ideas and doing what it is you're being asked to do, especially if that's not something that you believe in your heart of hearts is the right course, the right direction, or the thing that will nurture all of our students, not just some of them. As a public school, we don't have the luxury, the liberty of picking and choosing and curating so carefully who our students are. We don't have that luxury of selecting our families. We accept and we welcome and we treasure them regardless of their political views, regardless of their racial identity, regardless of their identity, period, regardless of their ability. We give our families, we give our students, we give our staff exactly what they need so that when they walk through the doors of the Newton Public Schools, they belong, they are seen, they are valued, and everyone else is under that same page. That's not indoctrination. That's something else. That's curating a community where everyone is welcome. And why is that important in a public school? Why should we care that people feel welcomed and connected? Well, we care because if you're not feeling welcomed or connected, you can't learn. So, a couple things that I just want to run through, and again, I see you're tired. I'm tired too. There's a reciprocity around listening. It's not a one-way conversation. You can't just talk at a school committee member. And I will here pause and say, public comment is not a conversation. It can't be. It doesn't work like that. So I heard some folks talk about the glazed expression of the school committee members while public comment is going on. I will say that the glazed expressions are merely because we might be very deep in the day at that point. But it's not because we're not hearing you. And we encourage you to call us, to email us, to invite us out for coffee or a walk. We'll take you up on that invitation. But reciprocity of listening means you listen to us and you hear us when we sit down and explain why our district needs something like a statement of values, who that serves, and why it's a good thing that we have that. So the other thread that I wanted to pick up that was articulated tonight by a few folks was this idea that simply because you hold an unpopular opinion, that makes you a marginalized person. It doesn't. That makes your opinion. Please hold your applause. That makes your opinion one that's not championed by a majority of folks. To be marginalized, to be clear, is something vastly different. It's to be seen before you even walk into a space. It's to be judged before you open your mouth. It's to be evaluated and found lacking before you take a test, before you're recommended to move into an additional class or an advanced placement. That's marginalization. And that's something we as a public schools, we're not going to tolerate. We shouldn't. We shouldn't encourage it. We should teach our teachers that this is something they should recognize as a risk, because we are all a microcosm of our greater society, and bias exists. That's an objective truth. That's the other thing, objective truth. Our petitioners would ask that we ignore objective truth, that we disassociate from the reality of where we are today, not 10 years from now or 100 years from now, today. We are not living in an ideal world where we can simply close our eyes and not see color, because color won't exist if I have my eyes closed. Not so. You see my color. You see it before you see me, before you know me. And that's the reality of our students. That's the reality of our families. And our schools, God bless them, say, we are going to give you all the supports you need. I think that's a good thing. I think that's a damn fine thing. So even though I'm tired, and I see that you're tired, this actually did give me a little bit of a something. A little bit of energy, a little bit of a lift, because it is our community coming out in droves, in masses, in floods of emails to say, nope, this is not something we as a community stand for. We support the work that the Newton Public Schools are doing around diversity, equity, and inclusion. We support it. We want more of it. You can improve it. You can expand it. But don't you dare get rid of it. It's needed, it's necessary, and it is a damn good thing. So, please hold your applause. Last time, I promise. Programs like Dover Legacy Scholars, programs like Tenacity Challenge, programs like Calculus Project. Those programs exist because little kids like mine, they don't see themselves in those spaces unless you tell them they belong. Unless you say, not only do you belong, but my gosh, you're smart at math. Look at you going. I found that out when my daughter placed third in the Tenacity Challenge a couple of weeks ago. It was a wonderful and proud accomplishment for her, most of all, because she was working with other students of color. They were doing math. They were excelling at it. And they didn't have to question whether it was a place that they belonged. That's a damn fine thing. Anywho, we heard from a lot of folks tonight. I appreciate that everyone came out and shared their thoughtful exchange of ideas. I think all of my colleagues have expressed a willingness to continue to have thoughtful exchanges of ideas. And we'll share with you why the district is on the path that it's on, and we'll share with you and listen to your good ideas for how we can improve. I think that that process exists already. This committee, this academic principles committee, is not needed. It's an end around. I think some of my colleagues talked about that. But I just want to say I am glad that we had this conversation here tonight. So with that, I'm going to ask for a motion. Go ahead, Paul.
Madam Chair, I move that we reject the petition.
So we have a motion by Paul to reject the petition, and I'm seeing Emily. Go ahead.
I second that motion.
We have a motion by Paul to reject and a second by Emily to reject the petition before us. I'll now do a burying the lead here. Roll call vote. Ward 1. Ward 2. Ward 3. Ward 4. Yes. Ward 5.
Yes.
Yes.
Ward
Yes.
Yes. Ward 8, thank you, and Mayor Fuller.
Yes.
So that passes, it's a unanimous vote to reject the petition. Thank you, everyone.